Dismissed claims that it has banned alcohol advertising, online sales, home deliveries and celebrity endorsements, clarifying that no such measures have been enforced yet. In a statement released last evening, NACADA said the national policy for the prevention, management and control of alcohol, drugs and substance abuse 2025, launched earlier in the day, is a roadmap, not an enforcement tool. CEO Anthony Omeriko reiterated that these measures are currently policy recommendations, not law, even as he had spoken earlier about the advertising issue.
The first one is the rising of the legal age from 18 to 21. The second is the banning of alcohol ads in the TV. We want our children to learn ABC and not SDU, which is substance use disorder. Banning these ads during prime time. We also want them to mandate them to put warning ads at pictorials on these alcoholic drinks as we do in tobacco.
NACADA also recommended a ban on the sale of alcoholic beverages in supermarkets, restaurants, residential areas and educational institutions. Speaking at the launch of the policy, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen said the government would be determined to seize assets derived from drug traffickers.
I will be engaging the Asset Recovery Agency to see how best we can also make it more punitive fast for those who engage in this act, especially because they get very lenient fines. So maybe the best way is to take away the lorry, the car, the equipment, their businesses, their assets that they are built over time. And it's important for asset recovery to appreciate that the law on the proceeds of crimes and anti-money laundering law is not only focusing on corruption. It also focuses all proceeds of all crimes properly defined in the same law.
He added that security at border areas had been enhanced to stop the importation of such drugs into the country, complaining that there was also an increase in drug use in colleges and universities.
Drugs are more prevalent around colleges and universities. So areas we have colleges and universities will now be our areas of focus, and we must work together to make sure that we deal with it. So all the county headquarters, they are targeted, especially because young people are around there. And this is something we must do together for the sake of our children and for the sake of our future. We will empower our administrators with the necessary training and resources to lead community dialogue, establish local multi-sectoral committees, and engage stakeholders in implementation of various interventions in the community.
2 suspects arrested for transporting over 500 kilograms of marijuana worth 2.8 million Kenya shillings in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County, are due in court today. The 2 have been locked up or detained overnight at Baharini Police Station. County Police Commander Benjamin Mwanthi has revealed that the marijuana was seized while it was being transported in a truck bound for Likoni, Mombasa. In addition, 1 suspect who was injured by a gunshot wound to the leg managed to escape.
Ndio officers kutoka Baharini walianza kufuatilia movement ya hii lori ambayo ilikuwa imebeba bank following a tip from members of the public. So around saa 10:30 waliweza kuintercept hii lori area ya Mairine ikiwa na watu 3. Waliweza kushika 2 na mmoja akakimbia, na ndani ya lori walipata bangi gunia 12 ambao siko na street value ya around 2.86 million. That is around 3 million. Na ndio bangi kwa hapa mbele yetu.
Mwanthi explained that many drug dealers have changed their tactics from using luxury cars to now using trucks to transport goods and are ready to deal with them. He also called on the courts to ensure that they deal with drug traffickers properly to save the next generation.
Watu 2 wako in custody kwa koti kesho. Lori pia tuta apply kotini, tuta make an application iwe surrendered kwa serikali kwa sababu ya kubeba bangi. Na hapo tunataka kueleza watu ya marori, na tumeongea na the Secretary General ya Truckers Association, tumempea namba yetu. Pia watu ya marori tuweze kusaidiana. Wengine wanaweza kuwa wajui kama gari zao zinatumika, so tumepeana namba ndio gari zao wakati zinapita area ya Uasin Gishu waweze kuongea na sisi, tuweze kucommunicate ndio tuweze kusimamisha hizi marori na kuangalia zile wana suspect.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubanka.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, good morning. It's Thursday, and you know what? It's the end of the month. It's the 31st of July, and that's how July in and says, thank you for being here, everybody, and goodbye. Here we are at 9 minutes after 6 o'clock, so, you know, the day has gotten started. Kabisa, yes, it has. How are you, Mr. Aseto? Mimi niko salama. Niko salama. What did you say? Salama
Salmin.
What did I do?
No, that is yellow, or that is...
it's yellow.
Yellow, yeah?
It's not yellow. It's yellow. So yesterday I did black on top, yellow, and then so now I'm switching up the black and yellow. I look like a bumblebee.
Yeah.
But
black
it's all
and
good.
yellow, black and yellow.
How are you doing?
Salama shukuru. I haven't slept, but niko sawa.
Why have you not slept?
Baby boy wasn't feeling well, so I had to rush to hospital. Yeah, but that notwithstanding, ako fiti saizi, they're feeling much better.
Fantastic. Yes. I'm happy to hear that. But so now, every now and then, we'll be telling Raniar to come and poke you so that you don't fall asleep. Speaking of which, Raniar, good morning. Okoh Salama? Christine is looking at me as though it is 4:30 in the morning and we are supposed to be doing something. My dear, it's 6:10. I know, but I'm outing you on national radio and national TV. Time, my sister. Ogechi. So here we are, getting into a new morning, and the other Dennis is somewhere greeting the Watu.
Yeah.
But he'll join us in a little bit. Getting into the Situation Room for this morning. Glad to have you guys already here, and even as we kick things off this morning, a fantastic morning to you, and well done for making it through the month of July, and we're looking into the month of August. We'll have some interesting conversations this morning in the Situation Room, and as we get into it, let me tell you what that is, because before sasa tukuja tusalimie watu vizuri ama unaonaje
kabisa.
All right, so this Kiswahili, I told you when I don't have pressure I can speak it properly, but let's just keep it moving for now. We'll have a conversation at 7 a.m. with Kidi Mwaga and Frederick Okango. Kidi is the Secretary of Policy and Legislative Affairs with Kanu, and Frederick Okango is a political consultant and strategic advisor. They'll both join us at 7. Power, promises and pressure for the sake of Kenya's stability. We'll have that conversation with these two gentlemen at 7 o'clock. All right, it is Thursday, so we will have a Justice Thursday conversation. Rosalind Keegan is a licensed marriage and family therapist. She joins us at 8 a.m. Yes, we were to have that conversation with a legal advisor as well, but we'll see about having that amongst ourselves and looking at some of those conversations. Would be good to get the legal angle as well, but we'll continue with that at 8 o'clock. We'll be talking about untying the knot. What you need to know about divorce and what you can or cannot do, what you do or do not have access to. Celine Awor is the head of digital marketing with I&M Bank. We'll be talking about some of their products this morning and some of what they have on offer. All right, that's what it looks like this morning for our conversations. Dennis Okari, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Goja Kwanza. Say it again.
Good morning.
And the other thing that you said?
How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Good morning.
What did you hear?
I don't know. I was just, making sure that everything was correct.
Are you sure?
What did you say?
It's only Thursday.
Did I hear
It's
you right?
already Thursday, not only.
What did I say?
Exactly.
No,
Eve
me.
is there. Eve is there. Hi, Eve. Good morning. It's like there's an animal that you rarely see. I think it's the snow leopard. You rarely see it.
Yeah.
But when you see it, it's like that's like Eve. Like you rarely, then you see a, and it's great.
That's our new name from today.
Snow leopard.
Snow leopard.
Little snowy.
Snowy.
Are you Aseto?
It's 15.
You good?
Two of you with little boys are not feeling so well. How is young Sir Okari?
Better.
Better?
Yeah, far better.
Good.
With kids, you just, because they can't tell you what's wrong, so you have to figure it out yourself.
Yeah.
And you have to be there, attend to them, and it's part of growing.
It
part
is.
of learning.
It is.
You know how they say there's no manual to parenting?
There really is.
You learn on the job.
Exactly.
So that's what we are doing.
Someone once told me those are the only two things that you get certificates without going to class: marriage and having a baby. You learn on the job.
That's a good one, by the way. Yeah. And it doesn't matter how many times you go for, those counseling sessions.
Nope.
Yeah, it's all theory until it becomes practical. Until you set foot in the house, then you discover those two notebooks.
Manual is not manual.
Yeah, it's not manualing. I know.
Yeah.
Great stuff. It's Thursday, we thank God.
Yes,
It is.
Yes.
Many things happening, and we are another day in Vanilla Island.
Vanilla Island. Yeah. Okari, have you managed to get yourself a copy of Penguins of Madagascar? I keep on insisting.
I'll try to watch it over the weekend.
Please do. Please do.
I don't know that. How old is the movie?
That's why we're even wondering why you've not watched it until now, because it's been out for years.
Yeah.
For years.
It's actually in series, so it's
1, 2, 3. I think it's part 4.
I shocked my brother-in-law some time back.
You shocked your brother-in-law?
Shocked.
Oh.
When I was in another country, And there was this movie that had come out, and there was a very big fuss about it. Simba. What's the name of the movie?
Lion King.
Yeah.
Never watched it.
Hakuna Matata. What?
Yeah. I've never watched it.
You have
Too
never
late?
watched The Lion King?
No.
Hakuna Matata.
The very first version, or we've had. There's another one where
There's a
Beyonce's
new
in
one.
it,
Yeah.
There's a new one.
Yeah.
There's a new version.
How many versions are out there? I don't know.
Three.
Yeah. Not watched any of them.
Oh, I just can't wait to
I think I watched
begin.
serious stuff only.
Oh, come on. The Lion
bro.
King is a serious thing.
It's a serious
The
thing.
themes and imagery in that, piece are serious things.
And part of it
talks
was
about
actually
the
shot
circle
here.
of life.
Yeah.
It talks about loyalty amongst brothers. It talks about, rulers and
These are
leaders.
Lion brothers.
Yeah, rulers and leaders and how
Deception.
the organization of things goes. Serious things. A lot
I
of
don't
these
know.
things done for kids are actually not for kids.
Yeah.
Maybe my age is showing. There's just something about a lion that's talking and speaking English. It's yeah.
And actually,
And the
part
lizard.
of Lion King was shot in Kenya, right? Hell's Gate.
I don't know.
I think, yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
Sigui.
Anyway, let's go to the proverb, right?
Yes,
From
let's.
Vanilla Land. Those that can't humble themselves are like a withering tree. Those that can't humble themselves are like a withering tree.
Those that can't humble themselves are like a withering tree.
So what's a withering tree? First of all, let's start from the end of it. Withering tree is a plant. It's on its way out.
Yes.
No life, no water, no nourishment, so it's dying.
Has no importance, one would say, other than being firewood or timber. Pride comes before fall.
Is that your interpretation?
Yes.
Okay. Pride comes before a fall. Oh, you're waiting for me. I'm waiting for the interpretation.
I'm still,
Well, I think a withering tree means then it can't bear fruit.
Yeah.
And if it can't then bear fruit, it's good for nothing. And humility, because you said the first part was?
Those that can't humble themselves are like a withering tree.
Yeah. Those that can't humble themselves are prideful. And pride doesn't bear good fruits.
Yes.
You don't really go far in life when you're a proud person. Well, it may look like on the outside there's something going on, but my experience meeting very proud people, they don't last long in a race. So humility takes you into a marathon race.
True.
But pride takes you into a sprint race. Longevity is for the humble.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you lack humility, you're on your way out.
Yeah.
You're on your way out.
So you can't bear fruit. So you're like that withering tree. Yeah.
So humility equals survival.
Yeah, and productivity. Bearing fruits.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see how our guests will interpret that throughout the day, and also our listeners, our viewers, could as well just share in the comment section to see what they have to say about that.
Haya, na kila mtu ako hapa leo asubuhi. So let's say a very good morning to you. If you are just tuning in, just get onto our live streams, YouTube, Facebook, and on X this morning. And also, good morning, our audience on KTN. Everybody in the room today and cranking it up. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed is what we are. Peter Kiari says, good morning from Mombasa. You can either what? You can either walk in fear or you can walk in faith. Make the right choice. I agree. All right. Good morning, Don Sabwa. Manrigiji has completely strangled the political landscape in Kenya as he tours the US. Really? How are you? Ndu Dennis is Nyaje?
Fiti.
Okay. Robert Bogo says good morning from Mombasa. Pan-African Kenyan is tuning from Nairobi. Monica Oile, good morning. Spices, I applaud your service to Kenya and the diaspora every day. Thank you for tuning in every day and being part of this conversation, Monica. Ben Nyawide says Nakada is drunk with power, pun intended. We see you and we know what you've done there. George Adimo says good morning, Spice. Africa is rich, not poor. Sawa, I agree too. Yes, it is the 31st of July. Ndu, does your age allow you to take a chaser? Ama niachana na wewe. I take it. I don't understand what you're saying, man. I don't understand. I don't know. Desmond, good morning. Isaac Dorito says, good morning from Luxembourg. How are you? Very well. Karibu. Hisa Daniel is tuned in this morning. Are you in Uganda? Agola, good morning to you. Bernardito is tuned in this morning. It says, good morning from Doha. Undu and Dennis Squared, have a wonderful day. Thank you. Actually, he says have a great day, but I have graduated it to wonderful. Man P says, good morning from Austin in Texas. Yes, everybody's screaming about the Nakada report. Georgia Dimo has insisted that hippopotamus milk tea is a common delicacy along Lake Victoria. I still want to know how you catch the thing to milk it.
I want to know how he milks it.
Me too. I don't
talking
understand.
About hippos.
Hippopotamus.
Yeah.
Hey, in fact, you know what? Every time it just reminds me. We learn how to spell with songs. So it's just come to my head. And I don't know, I think I was about 5. HIP for the hip. POPO for the hippopo. TAMUS for the hippopotamus. I just remembered that. You see, these things, they never leave you.
You learned that in school?
Yes, I did, when I was about 5.
That's a song you sing in a group of schools.
H4?
HIP for the hip.
H4?
H4?
Let's do the Kenyan on H4.
H for heart.
H4 house.
That's how we learned to spell, and some of the words will never leave me.
Yeah, you went to an academy.
Yeah.
Some of us went to a primary school.
Primary school that would end up being a what?
Yeah.
Polling station.
Yeah.
The point being that
was your school a polling station or a polling center?
No.
Good question.
No.
Good.
What I'm saying
it was a center of excellence.
Touche. What I'm actually saying is that there's hippopotamus tea being drank along the lakeside of Victoria.
Okay, my darling.
So, good morning. I can see what you guys are doing, but I'm just going to leave you there in the corner. King Dave Lubali says, good morning, great ones. Good morning to you. Erica War says, good morning. And good morning from Peter Wanjohi, tuning from Diani, South Coast. Peter Wajala, if I retire in Kenya, I want to live in the eastern part of the country along the coast, specifically Kilifi County, but that's a conversation for another day. Peter Wanjala is tuned in from Mombasa. Sam Ombewa is saying small businesses under attack in Kenya is a guise of fighting alcohol. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we'll look into that report. It's quite something. Christina A says, good morning. Yesterday's final conversation was beautiful. Yeah, though you don't believe witchcraft exists, and even in existence of ghosts, these things only exist in Afro cinema. Let me tell you, movies are representation of real life. True. But anyway, Christina, good morning to you. Dr. Venvik says good morning, tuning from Tudor. Yes, indeed, the conversation yesterday with Reverend Tom Kiama was quite one. Bree Bishanga says good morning. Welcome back, Dennis Okari.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Kavoy Felix says, good morning, Team Spice. Bwangi Juma is tuned in this morning and says, Jambo Wana Spice FM, blessed Thursday to you all, indeed. Hello from Gesha, Kiambu County is where Abera Bethwell is. Spice up your date. Yes, that's been sorted out. It is actually the 31st of July. Sunflower says, good morning, fam. Mukopoa tukusalama. Looking forward to more drama from our leaders. I don't think you'll have to look too far, but okay. Bob Olela says, good morning from Mombasa, Kisaoni, Mtawa Machizi. What's machizi?
Crazies.
Okay.
You know, you have it has to have context.
Yeah.
You said mtawa machizi.
Mtawa machizi.
Machizi could also mean.
You know, in Mombasa, if you say chizi wangu, like my body,
my friend.
Mtu wangu.
But it could also mean crazy.
Yeah. So it depends with what it you mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna call you a baya. Anyway.
But I'll say was Z.
Was Z.
Or X. Okay, anyway, Peter Gugi says, good morning, Peter and Paul from Seattle. Okay. Edmund Akolo says, good morning. The best approach to a morning. Indeed, this is the place to be. S. Mora says, yes, indeed, one who isn't humble cannot learn. Very true. Get corrected or counseled. He shall lose his footing his way. He dies out, literally, metaphorically. Yes, this is true. Evans says, good morning from Kikuyu. Ken Daniel says, hello, good people. Enjoying a show from ACT. Hapo ni wapi bwana? There could be many ACTs, but let us know. James Kamal says, good morning. Jumbo from Forney in Texas, and says Kasongo is salivating on diaspora remittances. Really? Zachary Odio, CPA. Today's proverb describes our president since pre-June 2024. Good morning from Siaya. Good morning to you. Mtuflani, good morning. Mulionaje Bishop Oginde's prayer. Did you guys hear the prayer?
No.
Okay. We shall play the prayer for you. In State House, as he was praying before a bill that was brought by the EACC, essentially corruption in terms of what was going to happen.
And public officers.
Yes. He basically prayed the prayer of one of the prophets who spoke about corruption and said, and made references to Judas and talked about how these prophets, these people who took money that was not theirs would die on the land, and how Judas, who took 30 pieces of silver, essentially died on the same land that he's supposed, according to biblical times, bought the land with that money, was going to buy the land with some of that money. And hung himself on that land. So I think people closed their eyes, but they wanted to open their eyes during that prayer. But okay. Edgar Mwangi says, good morning from Nairobi, good people. And you also know that David Oginde is the chair of the EACC.
Yeah.
All right.
And he was the presiding bishop of
Sitam.
Yes.
Yeah. Paul Satif says, I like Kilifi as well. I love that county, man. Hey, I just can't describe. Crazy. Isa Mudu says, good morning, tuning from Bondeni, Mombasa to Kolok kama padlock ya 999. You ni gani?
999 police vehicle.
Oh, okay. Cyprian Kambuni says, good morning, tuned in from Dayton in Minnesota. Anthony Ochieng says, I should sing again. I should sing the hippopotamus song. Yeah. We'll sing it in a minute. Goals of the day says, I love you all. Thank you for being here this morning. Karibu sana. So you teach your kids if you want to spell hippopotamus. HIP for the hip. POPO for the hippo. TAMUS for the hippopotamus.
And at 5 you could spell hippopotamus.
Yes, I could.
Okay, we only saw it in pictures.
The hippo?
Yeah.
And you were here with them all over the place in Kenya.
You saw it in person?
Yeah.
During those school trips to the orphanage, to where?
I had visited Uncle Enos in Kisumu, so Dunga Beach. It's always at the corner.
And you know what they say about the hippos? They only eat vegetables, but they are fat.
Says a lot of being a vegetarian.
So interesting. So this veggie thing is underrated,
but
man.
it's fat.
It's fat, yeah.
And here struggling.
Struggling with weight, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Where kula?
Kula utakufa usipokula. Yep, that's what it looks like, guys. So I'm still working on that cover, guys. By the way, I'm going into the studio this weekend.
Cool. Serious?
If by the way, it's true. I'm doing a cover this weekend. I'll come and play it for you guys on Monday.
We have to drop it,
recording. Yeah. Sindio, let's look into the headline, shall we, this morning at just about 6:30. The Standard. It's Kenya's bold newspaper, and the headline today with two gentlemen. The President of the Republic of Kenya is Dr. William Samoei Ruto. He's standing in this picture and he's, gesturing. To his left is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. That is one Dr. Kithure Kindiki. And what they're being called, according to this headline, is handout masters. That could be a good thing or it could be a negative thing. Let's see what the headline says. As schools shut down and hospitals falter, Deputy President Kindiki spearheads a lavish campaign-style handouts drive, dishing out as little as 64 shillings to desperate villagers while crisscrossing the country in choppers and fueling political patronage. Critics call it a cynical play or ploy to buy loyalty with public funds in a nation on the brink. The decision to kick off early campaigns 2 years before the election reeks of misprioritization and insensitivity. 64 bob. Yeah, that's what it looks like. 250 shillings in some cases. In Kisii, a woman was asked to mobilize widows and brought 31 of them, but they were given only 2,000 shillings in total, meaning each received 64 shillings. 250 shillings in some cases. Some instances, residents had been forced to share just 2 kgs of beans amongst themselves. In others, some attendees received 2 kgs of maize flour and an additional 250 shillings. So that's what the economic drive looks like. Well, okay, we'll get into that. Tanzania ban on foreign businesses rattles Kenyan entrepreneurs. We did see the CS4 Trade and Industry, Lee Kenyanjui, give a presser yesterday, and he said, you know what, we're not going to rule out retaliation, but we're going to have a serious conversation about what this looks like. We cannot have this back and forth in the way in which it's been done. You shut it down, the likelihood of us shutting it down is not off the table. So let's keep talking, and hopefully that discourse will look into that. Regulation. Why days are numbered for rogue clerics and cult-like churches? Omo, we're on you like white on rice. The cabinet has approved recommendations from a presidential task force on religious organizations, setting in motion a process to regulate church operations. Now, this is interesting because the task force is meant to regulate religious organizations. Religious organizations takes into consideration all religions.
Yes.
However, it is saying that it's going to regulate church operations. What does that tell you? That in all this nonsense that we see going back and forth, it is the who is messing around?
Church. All
right. Duale warns of tobacco laced with drugs imported by powers that be. It's not the first time. It's not the first time that we've seen cigarettes or tobacco products laced with stronger stuff. And apparently it's a problem. Below 21, no alcohol for you as state adopts new regulations. So the state has gone with what Nakada has proposed or what the bill is saying. Apart from that, there's a list of places where you cannot sell alcohol. And on that list, interestingly enough, I saw, it was the weirdest thing, toy shops, like toys for children. Winnie the Pooh is being sold and people are selling alcohol.
Yep.
So apparently that's been banned. So if anybody was doing that, you can't do that anymore. President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is in Kenya. He signed with Kenya 8 bilateral deals. That happened yesterday. And so he had a good old time doing that. Those are some of the headlines that we are seeing in the Standard today. Also, just so you know, Chan is coming up. You can watch the African Nations Championships, and we'll let you know where you can do that. But it's in T-minus 2 days. So Chan starts on the 2nd of August, goes through to the 30th of August. Those matches take place in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Okay.
Yeah. And I think there's some training that is happening at Nyamweya National Stadium as I was coming to the office. Floods were all late and whatnot. So I'm assuming maybe Harambee Stars were training in there. So let's wait and see what the boys will say, because Coach McCarthy says that he's ready to write history with Harambee Stars. Okay. Interesting to see, right? Now, uproar over new alcohol rules now, and a NACADA policy detailing tough rules, including banning the sale of alcohol in supermarkets and consumption in restaurants, drew furious reactions from industry players who warned the implementation would ruin businesses, force government revenues to plummet, and occasion job losses. So now, the restrictions they're talking about includes age limit being 21, and under 21 years cannot access alcohol selling outlets, whether alone or accompanied. And when we talk about advertising, one has to be 25 years of age. To advertise alcohol.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. And movement of alcohol distribution vehicles restricted between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Yes.
So you can only move about it in a vehicle?
You can distribute alcohol only during the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if a production plant is in Nairobi and you're taking it to where? To Isiolo, you have to do it before 6 p.m.
Sawa.
So if 6 p.m. finds you somewhere in Garissa, you sleep in Garissa.
Sleep in Garissa.
And then you wait.
Why is that, by the way? I'm curious.
I don't know. Maybe they're assuming that people sell alcohol along the way. I don't know.
Oh, dropping them at distribution points.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then so we have officials barred from government contracts. Now, President signs into law conflict of interest bill, which blocks public officers from bagging tenders floated by state agencies under their watch to curb graft. And Ruto Museveni faults rising EAC trade wars. Now, a day after Tanzania banned foreigners from running select businesses. Ugandan and Kenyan leaders decry reluctance by EAC nations to open up markets to each other. Yeah. And then now we have a university freshers in fees crisis. Now, as first-year students begin reporting to universities a fortnight, they are still in the dark about government loans and the amount their parents are required to pay in fees. With Higher Education Loans Board and university funds silent, households are unable to budget for the children's education. That's what we have on the Daily Nation. Dennis, what do you have on the Star?
Well, let's look at the Star. Main headline: alcohol ban plan to strike traders. Jobs, very hard. Story on page 2. So areas where booze could be banned: supermarkets, home deliveries and couriers, residential premises and areas. Online sale of alcohol, restaurants, basic education, tertiary higher learning institutions, public beaches, public parks, amusement parks, recreation facilities, medical facilities, sports facilities, bus parks, bus stops, petrol stations, public transport, trains, railway stations, ferry, outlets selling children-related products such as toy shops, hawking, vending machines, so on and so forth.
Outlets selling children.
Outlets selling... Yeah, I'm reading the headline, yeah.
Oh,
that's what it's saying.
There needed to have been a comma.
No.
Sorry, please continue.
Outlets selling children-related products such as toy shops.
Sawa basi.
Yeah. Mimi nimesoma haraka.
Anyway. Because I was like, hey.
So industry insiders say the move will also undercut the digital economy. Also, on the headline, ODM Splinter Group now plans parallel activities. There's a photo of Edwin Sifuna, Babu Owino, Caleb Amisi, Wilberforce Oundo, and Anthony Kibagendi there. The inside pages: I'm not a bishop, Ruto lightly corrects Museveni at a briefing. Ugandan leader not sure where a biblical reference he used was found. He quoted a scripture that is in Matthew 23:23. He didn't know where it was, and he looked to his side, and basically the scripture he was using to rebuke the current generation of young people. So the verse reads, "Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You give a tenth of your spices, mint, dill, and cumin, but you also have neglected the more important matters of the law, justice, mercy, and faithfulness. You should have practiced the latter without neglecting the former." In response, Ruto clarified, "Well, I'm not a bishop, but after my retirement, I plan to be an evangelist."
Okay.
So, insert stories there. Tobacco products to display graphic images to curb use. I'm wondering how graphic
can you be? It's already graphic.
Yes, very graphic. There are photos of coffins, of
black lungs,
of a skull.
Yeah.
So, tough regulations are seeking to reinforce Control Act 207, which set up smoking zones, but they're also looking into making the images more graphic. I don't know how graphic
that would mean have the images in colored form.
Perhaps.
They're in colored already, right?
They're already colored.
So now maybe have images of lungs and whatnot.
They're already images of lungs.
So what do they want then?
I don't know. Maybe they want a moving picture on the pack so that when you click it, it shows you exactly what happens. The cost of the packaging is about to be more expensive than the thing itself.
It is, because what Dwale is saying tobacco packages will be required now to carry disturbing images showing severe health effects of smoking, including rotting lungs.
You know what?
That's already there, I think. Throat cancer. And decaying teeth in a bold move to deter people from smoking.
How big
those are also already
there.
How
big would that packaging be?
Big.
I wonder.
No, however small, at least have 80%. So the idea here is the images then should cover 80% of the front and back of each packet.
You know what then?
Yeah.
That I've been around smokers, and by the time they're buying a pack of cigarettes, they're not looking at the pack, my friend.
Yeah.
They're opening it and getting it.
It's the kick they want.
Yeah. And they're already aware of those things. So by the time somebody is a smoker,
they know I can get cancer.
Yeah.
I might. Yeah, they already.
And they're not looking at the packets. Trust me, they're not.
Yeah, the thing Dwale would be talking about would be now, how do we stop others from being smokers, and how do we stop how do we make the current smokers stop?
Maybe this is now to deter anyone else who wants to try out smoking. So you look at it, the messaging is so clear, the images are so graphic, you're like, nah, smoking ain't for me.
Plus, you know what? That I've read that a lot of people who started smoking didn't start smoking with a cigarette.
Yeah.
they rolled up a piece of paper and put tea in it, or just rolled up a piece of paper and said, okay, let me see what this thing is like. And by the time they got the first cigarette, they were not buying a packet. It was somebody who gave it to them, or they bought 2 or 3 from the shop. And then after that, they were already hooked. So that's what I'm saying, that the packaging has gotten more graphic over the years. Has it deterred people from smoking?
Nope.
I would love to see the statistics that if with the more graphic package have we seen, then that smoking has reduced, have we? And we should be making decisions based on information. If we have that information and say, okay, actually, this works, then by all means, go ahead. But have you seen that it has reduced significantly because you've been more graphic with your packaging?
Because then again, remember, a cigarette in Kenya is sold a piece. So you walk
which, by the way, is illegal.
And you just go and, I want Sporty Mbili. They give you Sporty Mbili. So the person who retains the packaging is the shopkeeper.
The one who's staying with it.
So I think that the idea here, or rather the objective then, is to deter initiation.
There you
go. Particularly among young people are so impressionable, so you want to try it out. So for those who can afford to buy a whole packet, you already know you can die of lung cancer. So it doesn't matter. You can actually paint the cigarette red to make it even more scarier, but it will still not deter.
Can even make it whistle.
Yeah, so I think that the new regulations then are just meant to create those impactful images so that any young person who wants to try it out, you remember this thing can give you cancer, you're like, nah, this ain't for me. To another story, sorry, you cannot recall leaders just yet, says IEBC, dashing hopes of many Kenyans who are hoping to recall underperforming members of parliament or senators, meaning they will have to wait longer. This is because IEBC confirmed that a legal vacuum currently makes the process impossible, despite the constitutional right provided under Article 104. So, in a detailed statement, IEBC Chair Erastus Ethekon said the agency supports citizens' rights to initiate recalls. However, he clarified that there is no enabling legislation to facilitate the removal of MPs, a term that includes both National Assembly and Senate members. NCIC chief, and I love reading Nancy Gathongo's reports, and the Auditor General is saying that the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, which is under scrutiny, this is after an audit report revealed that its commissioners have been drawing and earning salaries and benefits illegally. So the report by the Auditor General, Nancy Gathongo, for the year ending 30th June 2024 also highlights other serious breaches of law and financial mismanagement. So it's exposing a pattern of irregularities that raises question about the legitimacy of the commission. And this commission the commission was first appointed in 2020. So the audit now reveals that the current team of commissioners, which was appointed in that year, under terms that directly contravene a court judgment delivered on January 14th, 2019, months before their commissioning. So in that judgment, the High Court declared the appointment process outlined in Section 17(1)(a) and (b) of the National Cohesion and Integration Act unconstitutional, null and void. So there is already a judgment before they started working. However, despite that ruling, the commissioners were appointed anyway and have been since drawing salaries and benefits reserved for constitutional commissioners or commissions and independent officers. So as per the audit, the letters of appointment falsely designate them as full-time officials serving a single 6-year term. So the Auditor General argues that the privilege is exclusively granted to members of constitutional commissions. And the story goes on and on and on and on.
Wait.
So since 2020, they've been earning salaries.
Okay.
What's your question?
They started working in 2020.
Yes, they started working April 2020.
Prior to that, there was a judgment
on January 14th, 2019.
A year and 4 months before that, there was a judgment that precluded them from working because of inconsistencies here and there.
Yes.
It actually declared the whole entire appointment process.
The process was unconstitutional.
As unconstitutional, null and void.
So nobody should have even been appointed.
Yes.
Talk less of starting to work.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yes.
But they went ahead and started working and were drawing salaries. They've been drawing salaries to date.
Yes.
For the last 5 years.
5 years.
So I don't understand. it doesn't matter. And that's why I keep saying that, the suggestions of the court in some cases are just suggestions.
Yeah.
No. The rulings of the court are just mere suggestions to people. The orders of the court are suggestions. An entire court will sit, will listen, will rule, will adjudicate, and then order. And then you'll just say, oh, okay, a judge was sitting over there doing something. That's nice. And we just continue as though it doesn't matter. Because, you got to do things right. As opposed to saying, okay, hang on a minute. What did the court actually say? Can we fix things here and there so that we can actually go get the job done? It's just like, okay, you, judiciary, just be over there in your corner playing with shiny toys, and we'll just continue over here doing what we're doing. That's what it looks like to me, unless somebody can tell me that it's different.
Now, let's even extrapolate that further, because once a court has given an order that you are illegally in office, then NCIC continues its business investigating individuals, even taking them to court. By the time you're getting to court, everything you've done prior is null and void, because from the first instance you are in office illegally.
No, but which court are you taking the thing to when the same court has declared that you are unconstitutional as an entity?
So look at the wastage of public resources that you're talking about.
We've reduced our courts because of these breaches of the law.
Yeah.
We've generally the judge, like you're painting that picture of the judge sitting, taking time, going through the law, making a ruling. There's a judgment. In this case, we are actually reducing them to, those village elders who sit under a tree in a baraza and make a ruling. And if a family is not happy, they will just go ahead and do whatever they want to do. That's what now is happening within this space. And there was no explanation that was provided for this blatant disregard of the court's decision.
But I don't understand. Actually, and I'm seeing a question from Kenneth, because really, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, I mean, this court order was not made public? Was it not made public?
Of course, it was made public.
We're still counting. 2023, 2024. We are now through 2025. Auditor General's report has come out in July, because now we're getting towards the judicial aspects of that one report. How was it not recognized that an entire commission is sitting, working, earning, and it is an illegal entity? It is an illegal association.
Yeah.
So you know what? It's true.
Maybe that's why the politicians don't respect. They already know.
They know.
If you're coming for me, I'll just go back to court and say, look,
you don't even
illegal.
exist.
You don't exist. You don't exist to me.
Yeah. How much have we spent on salaries on NCIC?
You want to go deeper into the audit of how much they've been? It's not here, but it's something easy to find out.
You know what I mean? Because we're talking about the budget is in the billions, pretty much. You know. So here we're talking about for 5 years. So let's look at how much Kenya has lost, and how then do we recoup that money back? Will we ever get to?
Let me just find out right now as we go on. We'll get to how much these guys have been earning.
Kenya, my country.
Every month for 5 years.
Yeah.
I told you, Nancy Gadongo, me, I don't know how she sleeps at night. I know I'll sound like a squeaky wheel, but...
Wait, these people that we are talking about, NCIC, who now when you do something, they went around the last election, 2022, went into different... We had commissioners here who would tell us that did they not know that everything about their constitution, their mandates, their operations, then was null and void as a result of this court ruling? Did they themselves, forget about public perception or whatever anybody else out there, they themselves, were they not aware of this ruling? That's why I asked you, was it made public, or was it something that somebody ruled and then kept in the cabinet in the office?
And you see, once that judgment was made, they were served with that judgment, right? And after the fact, we know NCIC and how it operates. It has a lot of legal scholars who help them do their business. Where have they been? But let's pause that.
But even those politicians that they censured across board over the last few years, and the ones who recommended for arrest, public incitement and all of that, people who are censured by the NCIC over the last 5 years, then they had no mandate to do that. So that was null and void.
Yes.
People can come and sue for compensation.
True.
So I'm actually looking at a report here, and I stand to be corrected, that the NCIC chairperson under monthly salary of 808,720, of which 576,120 is the basic pay. So the commission secretary, CEO, earned a total of 647,958 per month. So, if you're to do a quick math, Aseto, help us with this very quickly. So, the chair, NCIC, 808. Like I said, it's time to be corrected. I'm just reading these figures that I'm getting here. The CEO earned 647,958 per month. Now, since let's assume this is the standard since 2020 up to 2025, how much money is that?
So that's
for the
just,
chair?
Let's just do the two, because we're talking about 1.4 million
for both.
For both, right?
Yeah.
So let's do that times 12, right? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so let's do that times 12. We're talking about some 8 million.
8 million.
In 1 year?
Yeah.
No, 8 million. Now times 5. This is only the chair, the CEO.
We're actually talking about 17, right? 17 now, let's multiply that times 5. 87,357,480 for 2 individuals in 5 years.
Okay, that's good.
How many?
And then they're not supposed to be there.
How many commissions do we have?
This is the chair and the CEO.
chair, yeah.
So we're not talking about junior level staff, field officers, and other commissioners. No, this is just the two.
The two.
Yeah, we might need to extract figures for the rest, but just those two alone, then these are the figures we're talking about. Because Nancy Gathongo has not talked about now the figures around these
the commissioners.
Yes, the illegality and the multiple audit queries now around why they're in office in the first place despite that judgment.
I feel bad for Nancy Gathongo, and you know why?
Yeah.
Because her office, so she and all the people in her office, because she represents the Auditor General, or she is the Auditor General, but then represents an office that goes through the number crunching. They do the reports, they do the audits over and over and over again, and that they see that there's discrepancy here, there is lack of absorption here, there's money. They do all of this, and then they know that there's a problem, and that they can see the amount of waste, and they can see that this was operating on an illegality, and then they bring those before the House of Parliament, and you know what? By tomorrow it will be forgotten as though it was never done in the first place.
Exactly.
They spend months finger combing through all of this. Months. And mind you, this is just one commission. You see all this? One commission over here. All the work that they do. And then it comes out, and by next month, we're going to be talking about something else.
And there's a budgetary allocation for the operations.
Yes.
There is.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. So, I mean, how do you do that? How do you budget on an illegality and you spend money on an illegality? That's why I'm asking whether this judgment was public. For goodness sake, doesn't make sense to me, because they went on to operate, they went on to make recommendations, they made recommendations to bodies in the security agencies, they made recommendations to Parliament.
Yes.
How do you do this when you don't have the mandate to operate? Then you want to tell me that everything is going to be okay? Cabinet okays, there's that word, task force proposals to regulate churches after Shakahola. Now, that's just not Shakahola 1, because in this case, we're looking at another one. Cabinet has approved recommendations from the Presidential Task Force on Religious Organizations, setting in motion a unique process to regulate church operations. This unique process is saying that the latest development, which has created an uproar among religious groups, could pave the way for government to have all religious institutions, including churches, sects, and denominations, register afresh. So bring your application once again, essentially is what they're saying. Presenting the draft Religious Organizations Bill 2024 to the President last year, the Reverend Mutava Musiemi led task force on the review of legal and regulatory framework governing religious organizations recommended a 1-year grace period for all religious organizations to align themselves with the proposed new order, entailing new laws and regulations for the sector. So the soft language deployed to the task force composed largely of religious men, in that all religions, institutions shall update their particulars. That's what it says. Update your particulars. So I don't know if particulars means you have a rogue pastor there, fire him or her, or what. But it seems that we are going to committees and stakeholders, things like that. So at a glance, Cabinet approved recommendations from the Presidential Task Force on Religious Organizations. The move seeks to safeguard the integrity of religious practice while curbing exploitation. The proposed reforms place religious leaders at the center of accountability efforts. They emphasize self-regulation over state control. Proposals include enacting a legal framework to govern religious organizations and establishing a Religious Affairs Commission and strengthening umbrella organizations for coordination. Well, if they're going to do that, they better from the jump make sure that the commission is, according to the law. Because
I have a question. This presidential commission that was put in place by the president who overlooked this and gave up and came up with these proposals. When did they give these proposals to the cabinet, to the president?
Last year. Yeah.
So why now?
Because Shakahola 2
is happening.
Yeah.
So now you see where I'm headed.
Yeah.
Knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah.
On something that ought to have happened last year. So perhaps if we had this task force in place already right now, maybe Shakahola 2 would not be there.
It's just the proposals. The task force was there.
Yeah,
they made the proposals.
Yes.
But the proposals is now what they're saying. Oh, okay. You guys had made proposals. Now let's enact them, essentially, is what's happening. Cabinet sat on Tuesday. No, on Monday.
Yeah.
So on Tuesday. Today's Thursday. Yes, Cabinet sat on Tuesday. And that was one of the things that came into the discussion.
And it's not like Cabinet has not been sitting since 2024. Just saying.
No.
Yeah.
But this is a very, very dicey situation, because if you talk of church in general, under that framework, then you've got different denominations.
Yes.
All these different denominations report to a certain umbrella body. Okay, under the auspices now church. So where you'll then find issues, because you will hear a lot of these churches that keep mushrooming. You'll hear somebody say they're not under any of this, they're independent, because there's nothing that compels them then to be able to align themselves and their doctrine and everything they do to any particular umbrella body. So for example, you have the NCCK, then you've got other also umbrella bodies for the different denominations. So there's also politics at the very top with some of these organizations. And so therefore, the proposals that will then enact those legal frameworks to govern the religious organizations, establishing an affairs commission and all that, is a good idea. The only question is, how will those models then blend in with all these denominations and put them on the same, I don't know. It's a good proposal. The only thing is now implementing it. People then saying, okay, you know what? This is how we're going to align ourselves. We're going to be reporting to this umbrella body. So it's sort of like, more beyond self-regulating, is doing an audit of yourselves from what you're then preaching on Sunday. And that's where it becomes a bit of a challenge. And yesterday we had that discussion. How do you regulate doctrine? Because I may then register a church and a particular under a particular umbrella body, and you have a certificate, but that's it. And we know the issues of compliance in this country. It's like saying you go get a certificate of safety and all that. You put it on a wall somewhere, but nobody follows up. So who is going to then follow up on all these churches, including Kilifi, go deep in Shakahola and then figure out what is this person really talking about? Who's going to reprimand them? Who's going to discipline?
Who's got the moral
compass? Sunday, this is what you actually preached in church, and it's not right, it's wrong.
Or 10 years ago, these are the seeds that you started to plant. And this is what we see that has germinated and grown as a result of that. So based on that, we cannot allow you to continue in this manner. This is... it's back-breaking work. It's needle-threading
It's a lot of work. Yesterday I was just driving through some place, and I just noticed, I will not mention the place, I just noticed on just one street alone, there were around 8 churches following each other. Following each other, each building, the different church. That's just one street, 8. One stretch, 8, I counted. So it's going to follow up on all this.
Who will follow up? It's a money-making venture as well. Some of the stories that we're looking into, Kidi and Frederick will be with us. Good morning, 7 a.m.
spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news wire. I'm La Ubaga. The Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, KMPDC, has condemned the detention of a child at Abiyan Hospital in Eastleigh, Nairobi due to unpaid medical bill. In a statement, KMPDC notes that such actions are wholly unacceptable and constitute a serious breach of trust, undermining the integrity of Kenya's healthcare system. The council remarked that it had intervened to secure the immediate transfer of the child to Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital for continued care. KMPDC called on all healthcare facilities nationwide to strengthen patient protection measures, improve reporting systems, and foster a culture that prioritizes patient safety and ethical practice. We can all breathe a sigh of relief after the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse has dismissed claims that it has banned alcohol advertising, online sales, home deliveries, and celebrity endorsements, clarifying that no such measures have been enforced yet. In a statement released last evening, NACADA said the National Policy for the Prevention, Management and Control of Alcohol, Drugs and Substance Abuse 2025, launched earlier in the day, is a roadmap, not an enforcement tool. CEO Anthony Omerikwa reiterated that these measures, some of which he mentions here, are currently policy recommendations and not law.
The first one is the rising of the legal age from 18 to 21. The second is the banning of alcohol ads in the TV. We want our children to learn ABC and not SDU, which is substance use disorder. Banning these ads during prime time. We also want them to mandate them to put warning ads at pictorials on these alcoholic drinks as we do in tobacco.
Well, besides raising the drinking age from 18 to 21, NACADA also recommended a ban on the sale of alcoholic beverages in supermarkets, restaurants, residential areas, and next to educational institutions. Speaking at the launch of the policy, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen said the government was also determined to seize assets derived from drug traffickers.
I will be engaging the Asset Recovery Agency to see how best we can also make it more punitive fast for those who engage in this act, especially because they get very lenient fines. So maybe the best way is to take away the lorry, the car, the equipment, their businesses, their assets that they are built over time. And it's important for asset recovery to appreciate that the law on the proceeds of crimes and anti-money laundering law is not only focusing on corruption. It also focuses all proceeds of all crimes properly defined in the same law.
The State Department for Children's Services today spearheads the 2025 National Commemoration of the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons at the SK Showground in Nakuru County under the theme Human Trafficking is an Organized Crime and the Exploitation. Nakuru, identified as a critical hub for human trafficking as an origin, transit and destination county alongside Trans Nzoia, Kiambu, Garissa and Taita Taveta, served as a strategic location to amplify the urgent call to dismantle trafficking networks. A 2022 study by the National Crime Research Centre revealed alarming statistics. Children account for 44.4% of victims in domestic human trafficking, while adults constitute 60% of internal trafficking victims and up to 80% in cross-border cases. Victims are primarily exploited for forced labor, sexual exploitation, and emerging crimes like forced criminality in scamming compounds in Southeast Asia. And in the international scene, a single glittery sock that late popstar Michael Jackson wore during a concert in France in the 1990s sold for more than $8,000, approximately $1.04 million on Wednesday. Auctioneer Aurora Eli said a technician found the used socks discarded near Jackson's dressing room after the concert in the southern city of Nimes in July 1997. The cell-styled King of Pop wore white athletic socks adorned with rhinestones during his History World Tour in 1997. Jackson can be seen wearing them in clips of him performing his hit Billie Jean. That's the news wire. I'm Le Ubag.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
One of the things that ail our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's the 31st of July, our last show for the month of July, and getting into it this morning. And as we do, we'll let you know a couple of conversations that we'll be having. It's the 3 Ps we'll be talking about today: power, promises, and pressure, for the sake of Kenya's stability. But even as we get into that, we'll let you know who's here in just a moment. But the two Dennises have been connecting us all day, every day.
Oh, yes. And we're talking about Safaricom Home Fiber. And you know that moment when you want to move from where you're living to another location, maybe because where you're staying is extremely cold and your walls are glass. And you figure, you know what, I need to go to a place where it's a bit warmer, maybe somewhere near Machakos. And the first stress point is when you're moving, you want to settle down and you want to your TV to be on and you want to directly connect to the internet. The trouble is, for a lot of people, the stress to just then get technicians to come help you fix this can be a tall order. But with Safaricom, you know, we love free things. We're talking about free installation in the first place. So that's free installation. Before you move, then you're getting the free router. Okay, so then you're connected to Safaricom or Home Fiber. And then if there's an issue, it's free maintenance. And as you're waiting for your situation to be fixed, you get 5 GB data, and they have over 1,000 guys, technicians working countrywide.
We're also free.
Yes. So you're not paying anything. Wanakuja kwa nyumba, they fix everything for you. Now that moment when you want to relocate, the stress point is, okay, so now what do I do? Again, it's what?
Free.
It is free. So you don't pay anything for relocation, for transfer of the services from your house to the next house. And then whenever there is a service downtime, like I said, you get what? 5 GB, which is free 5 GB again.
Okay.
Isn't that value?
I'm telling you, proper. I mean, why wouldn't you want to?
Why would you? Yeah, with Safaricom, it feels good to be home.
Always
amazing.
Feels good to be home.
All right. Fantastic. And getting into the conversation that we will be this morning. We're connecting for sure. And we have both our guests in the studio this morning. Kidi Mwaga is the Secretary, Policy and Legislative Affairs with KANU. KANU being the party. Yes. Kidi, good morning.
The Grand Old Party. Good morning, Do. Really good to see you.
Good to see you. Karibu sana.
Asante.
The other gentleman is Frederick Okango. I have to say, when this show started, and we started having guests and started having conversations 6.5 years ago, Frederick Okango was the first guest that we had, and he's here again today in August, a few months shy of our 7th birthday.
Absolutely.
Frederick, good morning.
Good morning.
Political consultant and strategic advisor. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Now, as we get into a conversation for this morning, power promises and pressure, for the sake of Kenya's stability, what should give? Do we release here and increase here? What is that thing that they say? Does the pressure increase or does it increase?
Creases.
Creases. Those are some of the things we'll be looking at this morning. But just before we do, Dennis Aseto took us to an island, the fourth largest island in the world, or the third. Okay.
Yeah.
We'd like you to interpret the proverb that he'll share.
Yeah.
Right.
And the island she's talking about split from Africa 180 million years ago, and also from India.
180 million.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and again another 80 million years.
What is that again?
From India. Yeah, this fourth largest island, split from different countries, different continents. Yeah. So we're talking about Madagascar. The only land that has lemurs, and it's the largest exporter of vanilla. So you can call it vanilla land. Right? But let's go straight to the proverb. The proverb says, those that can't humble themselves are like a withering tree. How would you interpret that, Okoh?
Those that can't humble themselves are like
a withering tree.
A withering tree. I think I'll give it an operational interpretation. In anything you do, if you are not able to put yourself at a position that people can consult you, engage you, participate with you, and maybe help you, then you will perish. And it happens to many governments. We have seen that.
Kidding.
I think that it underscores the fact that we must dwell in fellowship. And haughtiness is one of the things that would kill fellowship long before it starts. So when you are able to humble yourself, then people are able to point out to you that, well, one, this you have done well, but it could have been done better. A case in point, if you allow me, is that last week we had the SG of a very big political party around telling us how their arrangement is working. The next thing, we had members of their partners coming out to attack his integrity, that he was looking for some hundreds of millions to support that arrangement. I think it was a case of haughtiness. I rest my case.
Okay. Well, I guess that from there we can start this conversation, because we're already asking ourselves questions around, so what really does give when it comes to the political landscape in the country? And for the sake of Kenya's stability, must something give? And when we see, and of course, Kidi just giving an entryway into that, when we look at the things that are happening currently, is it for country we'll start with you, Fred. Is it for country, when we look at political alliances, when we look at governments that come together, when we look at agreements, when we hear that people for strong political parties are censured, for all intents and purposes, censure is the word that we're going to use here. They're censured not to speak out in the way in which they have been. Do we see that the end goal is for a better Kenya? And if it is, then how much more in this manner must we continue? There'll be a lot, but we start with you, Fred.
Thank you. First of all, allow me to say that, and maybe just to remind our listeners and viewers, that Kenya is a multi-party democratic state. And that means you are free to form as many parties as possible. And remember, these parties are the vehicles to power. Secondly, I don't think anyone should be allowed to censure, to gag, to stop anyone in any manner, because again the provisions of law tells us that we have got free speech. So if I listen to your question correctly, I think there are certain things that we must address, and some of these things we must address are the promises by governments in place and promises by the government in waiting. That is where Kenyans are. Every time we go into an election, we listen to the leaders. They bring their views and promises, and we vote for them based on the promise they make, hoping that our lives will be better.
Right.
Today, as we are here, very many Kenyans are struggling. They are not very happy. However, we have to move on. So to answer you in a straightforward manner, I think something must give in, and that's true. And what is it that must give in? What must give in is the ideas that are going to help the lives of people, the ideas that are going to address the concerns of Kenyans. Today in this country, if you walk out here, you will see a lot of people. You will hear them talking. They are saying they have nothing in their pocket. They don't have food. You saw the other day when the CS Treasury, my good friend Buddy, came out openly and said that the government can no longer support free education. In the history of post-independence Kenya, that was one of the most advanced policies of free primary education. And even after 5 years, they advanced it to now free secondary education, But that is the truth. So we must speak the truth. There has never been free education in Kenya. For those who have kids in school, there are still hidden charges. They pay development levy, remedial, transport. So I believe that when our leaders are honest with themselves first, then honest with us as the people, then we shall progress. But lastly, we also understand that the politics of the day demands that you advance at every stage. The politics changes every minute. The politics of 2022, I can guarantee you, is not going to be the politics of 2027. Even it's not the politics of 2025 today. Kidi has just talked of a political party where an SG says this, the strategic organ says this, the leader says this, but I see those are management tools that are used in politics to ensure that we progress as a people and as individuals.
Okay, Kidi, is that what it is? That what you would have seen as the overt censure of someone speaking out for what he felt, that what it's, Fred says it's progressive.
I think that we are at a place where we must call it what it is. That one, of course, the country is hurting. That is a poorly kept open secret. That there is need to extend immediate help, particularly to the most vulnerable. And the other truth is that the political class either are out of their breath or are deliberately, maintaining the status quo, because I think in the assessment, the native is easier to control when he is hungry. So then that brings me into saying that I think that the attacks against the integrity of Senator Sifuna, and permit me to be more direct, were misplaced. They were misplaced because when the two parties came together under the broad-based, one, I have heard them say that it was an attempt to bring stability. That stability is only to the extent of ethnopolitical stability. But then government can still sustain its stability by making sure it delivers to the people. So in regards to the censure, if the good senator was being censured or whatever it is, I think we must call it what it is. A political order that is out of its breath and must either find its footing very quickly to address the needs of the people, or the people in their wisdom will then exercise what they do to governments that abandon them.
Can political parties across board, because you didn't start it, Fred, by saying that political parties, because of the multi-party democracy in which Kenya currently exists, that you can have as many political parties as you wish. If the two Dennises today stood up and decided that we want a political agenda that must go in this way, they are actually allowed to get up and form a political party and then start to get their followers for whatever reason.
Yes.
So the political parties, the way they are currently constituted in their numbers, do you think that they then are ready to then craft the vehicles for power into the next dispensation that Kenyans are so readily looking forward to?
They are. Let me tell you, I have been a Secretary General of a political party for 5 years, and I understand how political parties operate. Allow me to just respond to something Kidia said. Senator Sifuna, who is my senator in Nairobi, and the SG of ODM, I don't think anyone attempted to gag Senator Sifuna. I have listened to my good friend Raila Amolo Odinga speak. He spoke in one of the TV stations, and Senator Sifuna went ahead and gave his personal views on another. And if you listen to what Senator Sifuna said and what Raila Odinga said, there's no difference. Senator Sifuna said that he was speaking as Senator Sifuna. And when opportunity allows, he speaks as the ODM SG. And that manifested itself in the Central Committee meeting of the ODM when he was given the statement to read on behalf of the party. So I don't think anyone can even manage to gag Sifuna. But political parties have got an opportunity to advance their ideologies, whether in power or out of power, through progressive policies that the people must listen to. Raila Amolo Odinga, having been an opposition leader before for quite some time, including now, and I've worked with him for quite some time when we were in Azimio. There are certain things that Raila believed in, and he still believes in them. And that is why Kidi says in the broad-based arrangement that was supposed to bring stability to this country, there were some promises that were put on pen and put to paper and signed by a pen. Those were the 10-point agenda. And the 10-point agenda speaks to everyone. The issues of corruption are issues we cannot run away from. They are live in our country. The issues of corruption, even the bishops that preach and pray in status, pray about it. You know that. The issues of strengthening devolution are issues we cannot run away from. Where are the people of Kenya? The people of Kenya are in the devolved units. That is where we need strength most, through resources and facilities and structures that can help them advance their life.
Being done?
I am telling you that that's the discussion that Kenyans want to hear, and they want those things done.
Are
and
they
therefore,
being done?
If you ask me, yes, if you ask me, what can the political parties do to ensure that we address some of these things? They must speak. Number one. That's why Sifuna is speaking. Number two, they must collaborate. That's why Raila is collaborating. Number three, they must recruit members that are going to be their representative through elective positions, nominated positions, and even at the legislative house. I am answering you to say that today, as I look at the political parties, other than some parties that are tribal or regional, there are parties in this country that are national. They have people of integrity. They have people that, when elected, can actually deliver some of these things we are talking about. And therefore, political parties are capable and ready to advance the interests of the people, because the parties are the vehicles to power.
When we talk about these political parties that you talk of having the interest of the people at heart, we look at political parties and individuals in these parties who only think about themselves. Why would I say that? You look at especially the formation of broad-based government, and it has been touted as a move towards which the political individuals, politicians and political parties want expediency to continue being in power, not about how they will meet the 10-point agenda, because you talk about the 10-point agenda, it's pretty much copy and paste of the NADCO report, and one would say it is the aspirations of what the Constitution also speaks about. So when you talk about political parties that think about the people and service delivery, one would say that's not the case. Would you agree?
I don't think that's not true. That's not true. Let me just answer straight away. That's not true, because when political parties speak, who do they speak for? They don't speak for individuals in the party. They speak for the people. Political parties, proper political parties, are owned by the people. And look at the registrar's records. Which parties have the numbers? It will tell you who they speak for. And this issue of politicians coming together for personal benefit, I don't think is the best thing, is the best approach. People have criticized Raila Odinga before. But look at every time Raila Odinga collaborates, what happens to this country? When this country is faced with challenges, right from 2007, I don't know where you were at that time, but I am reminded at that time, I just graduated from the university, at that time, people were dying. And this is a gentleman who shelved his personal ambition for the sake of this country. Go to 2017, the same. 2022, the same. When Raila Odinga, the formation of BBI, because I was right inside it, the formation of BBI was as a result of what happened in 2022. We still hold the strong belief that Ruto never won this election. We still hold. But you know what? That was our personal ambition to get into power. And he was with us at that time. But because of what happened, we believe that coming together is important, because we also believe in the national values and principles of governance of this country that require of inclusivity, require of patriotism, require of national unity. That is what we are talking about. So when you say that individuals come for personal gain, which gain? The gain of individuals?
Kiddy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for protecting me, my brother.
I want to push this conversation towards your direction.
Yes.
I mean, seriously speaking.
Yes.
Do you hold the sentiments of Frederick here that because of Raila,
yes,
we're looking at this current arrangement,
yes,
that the country is stable because he has entered into an agreement with the Kenya Kwanza government, and it's not for selfish gains?
Let me preface that question by quoting from Frantz Fanon, who says that the empire came to Africa, picked some of our best brains, took them to the West, and when they came up, whenever they spoke, what we heard were the echoes of the empire. I would boldly suggest that it is precisely what is happening here. I had the good fortune of working with Okoh at Kanu before he ran away and joined other forces. And I'm a little sad that my brother seeks to bring in the name of Raila Odinga even where it is not necessary. When I spoke about the attacks against Senator Sifuna, it was not coming from ODM. And because my brother is a political consultant, I think what consultants do every day, they wake up in the morning, is first to hear what are the people saying in the country. The people who are attacking Senator Sifuna's integrity were not from ODM. And so the tangent he went to into defending the ODM Central Committee, in my view, was not necessary. So then that brings me into the question that is the country stable on account of, some personal agreement between what I would call the two principles? Dennis, I work with young people daily, and as a convener Interparties Youth Forum, And yesterday I was meeting 75 young political aspirants at Ufungamano with the help of other partners, where we are doing political education. We are looking at young political aspirants as trainers of trainers, so that when they go back to the grassroots, they begin to educate other young people. And so the question is the country stable on account of the supposed, the answer is no. And the evidence is there, that on Sabasaba, you saw how the police had to fence off the city. You do not do that when the country is stable. Look at the numbers in terms of unemployment. The numbers on unemployment are skyrocketing. Look at the doses of violence that the state has had to deploy against the citizens who are simply demonstrating within the meaning of Article 37. It is unjustifiable. All these factors put together indicate that the country is of course not stable, and the country is crying for leadership. And then you've asked that the question about political parties, that can these political parties then get power? I think it was coming from DA. Because I work with political parties, every day I interface with almost every political party. I will put it to you very boldly that majority of our political parties are what you call second liberation political parties. Most of them are running in the softwares of the 90s and early 2000s. Today, the country is crying for third liberation political parties. Not many of them have made the transition. We are at a place where the country is crying for radical imagination. That radical imagination does not exist in this government the way it is constituted today, whether you call it Kenya Kwanza or you call it broad-based. And I think that as we march towards 2027, parties that will capture the imagination of the people are parties that shall fashion themselves as third liberation political parties. And I'm saying this knowing that the SGs and EDs are listening, and this is a call that we have to reform our political parties. Thank you.
Just allow me to respond to something very briefly.
Yes.
Kidi, I think, is not aware.
Yes.
Kidi Mwaga is not aware that Kanu is still in Azimio, because Azimio as a coalition has never been dissolved.
Yes.
The provisions of law that allow for dissolution, it has not been dissolved. And therefore, Kidi, I still work with you. The only difference between me and you is that you are not aggressive enough to advance your abilities to help this country. But be that as it may, Kidi, you talk of second liberation political parties.
Yes.
And you belong to my party, KANU, that belongs right there. So I don't know whether you are intending to ditch KANU and go and form your own party. But then maybe that's your decision.
So Fred, you're still a
yes, I
KANU
am.
member.
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Just for clarification.
Yes, I am. It's only that I tend to give opportunity for younger people to get into the space that they're working and advance. And that's what's called succession planning. I'm not sure if Kidi is aware about that. But let me tell you, I believe that political parties have got stakes higher in this country because it is only through a political party that you can form a government. Even if you are to run as an independent candidate, and then you go and win the presidential election, where are going to be your where are they going to come from? Your members of parliament. Where are they going to come from? So I strongly believe that as we progress, we must strengthen political parties. And strengthening political parties, Kidi, is not about criticizing them or allowing those who speak for them to look like, somebody is gagging them or not. You said that Sifuna was not criticized by the ODM members. That's not true. I saw ODM members who in their own right believed that what Sifuna was doing was wrong, and they are ranking members. And I say this because I read those things. I interact with these people. What we must learn from history is that the secretary generals that Kidi says are listening today, they speak for the party, but they also have their own mind. You cannot speak for the party without having your own mind. All the time I used to speak for my party as SG, I had my mind, then I had the mind of the party in my mind. So I speak the two languages. Now, as we progress, my suggestion would be the young people that went to the streets and said, Kidi Morgan team, they are partyless, radarless, formless, leaderless, must now organize themselves into structures of acquiring power, get IDs, register as voters, and then you can start telling us that now you can go to the third or fourth liberation. It is only through organized structures that young people can capture power. They have done well. I appreciate them. I admire them. In fact, were it not for the young people, today maybe some of these things that we are doing might not be here. We will not even be here maybe.
Okay, let's take a break at this point and we'll come back and then we'll actually look at what brings these two what would be leading parties together and see if some of those things have actually been accomplished. The question is also, did it require the coming together of two parties for things that should have been done anyway to bring about any kind of stability in the country? We'll talk about that when we come back. Kidi Mwaga is here in the studio with us, as well as Frederick Okango. And we're looking at some of these issues and saying, what will it actually take to move the country forward? While we take this break, I want you to think about one thing. Loop. Think about that time when you need a little bit extra in terms of funds to get things done. You get that great deal or you have that opportunity to get something that you wouldn't be able to at that price, and there's just not enough money at the moment to do so. Well, this is where Loop comes in. If you haven't logged on to the Loop app, you need to do it today. Log on and then go to the Grow tab. On the Grow tab, you'll be able to apply for a quick Loop loan up to 100,000 shillings. Now, what we do after that is that you take a screenshot of your application, send it to us on our DM, SpiceFM KE, across social media platforms. It could be you who gets an extension of 5,000 shillings today to make that thing that you want to do actually become a reality. Remember, Loop is not just an app, it's a lifestyle.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start.
Get ready for non-stop adventure with Star Times. Join your favorite heroes and dive into a world of fun and excitement. Enjoy endless entertainment on top kids channels like ST Kids, Jim Jam, Toonami, Da Vinci, Baby TV, CBeebies, Boeing, ST Tunes, and ST Kids Plus on your Star Times decoder. All this from as low as 329 shillings per month on aerial decoders with the Nyota package, or only as low as 549 shillings per month on dish decoders with the Nova package. Recharge your subscription for 2 months and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for free. Dial star 858 hash for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. This holiday, adventure begins at home. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Buda, landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord pewa yako. Stress toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank
Mature,
of Kenya.
intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Coming in at now 22 minutes to the top of the hour. Kidi Mwaga is Secretary, Policy and Legislative Affairs with KANU, and Frederick Okango is Political Consultant and Strategic Advisor. Looking at the questions in terms of what is it going to take for Kenya to go forward. The pundits have spoken, the analysts, the experts, everybody's saying this is what we need to do. The political parties, which we know are right and center, front and center in forming government, government, that looking at government in a formal, modern way is that political parties in the system that Kenya currently uses are then a necessity in order to go towards the formation of government. We know that. We've also seen that most recently, political parties then have been used to quell storm, to quell conflicts, or so it's said. The most recent is the two largest political parties in Kenya at the moment, UDA and ODM, come together under the auspices of the president. And then we ask ourselves the question, the things that the 10-point agenda is envisioned to actually achieve. Why is it not possible that the government of the day do these things, which if you look at that 10-point agenda, they are mandates of government anyway? So why would you require two political parties to come together to do something which government was doing anyway under the guise of quelling of conflict, Fred? Let's even take the first one.
I speak first because you spoke last.
Most obliged.
Why would we need that to happen? Remember, the first one was that the entrenchment of the NADCO report was number one. Number two was to entrench and protect the rights of Kenyans to protest, to picket, to lobby. And we've not seen that has been protected, at least not in the last year. So why would we need two political parties coming together to do what government is supposed to be doing anyway? And then we've formed a different entity. Why?
Thank you, Ndu. Before I respond to that question, my brother, while speaking very eloquently, mentioned a few things that deserve a response. One of them, he said that the difference between him and myself is that I am not aggressive enough to hawk my talent out there like him, who possibly now has moved to other things on account of his talent.
Those are not my words.
Well, I must say this to my brother, that in the book of Daniel, we see the three Jewish boys who say that they will not defile themselves with the flesh pots of the king's table. I think that I am comfortable in Kanu where I am. I am learning. I am being mentored sufficiently. I have been placed in positions of responsibility, and that is enough. I do not need to, have a lot of money and a lot of these other things that some of our brothers are interested in. If anything, we should prepare ourselves for leadership, but that cannot happen when we cannot, stick with a political party and learn. Because my brother says he was an SG. In the 4 years I have known him, I think he's now in 3 political parties. He was SG somewhere. He was Secretary Political Affairs in Kanu. And now I think he's in ODM. Because even as he has spoken here, he has defended ODM more than he has spoken about Kanu,
which he says he's still in.
That he claims he is in. Secondly, there is a notion that young people don't know better. People are saying that young people should organize, young people should do this, and young people should do that. Remember that when this country had been abandoned by the political class, after coming together under NADCO, it took the imagination and the courage of young people to append the politics of patronage. And so again, in response to my brother, a naked emperor cannot tell us on how to dress up. So let me then respond to your question. That did it have to take these two big political parties coming together to defend right to protest, to defend something as basic as right to life? My sister Ndu, I will tell you that governments are formed to do just 3 things. Protect life, protect freedoms, and protect right to own property. So that today when I have this bottle of water, Okoh does not come and take it from me because he is stronger. But then I would say boldly that our government has let us down in all those 3 angles. In the last Maandamano, we lost, I think, up to about 31 people. Right now, yesterday, as I was meeting young people at Ufungamano, we agreed that because of the doses of violence deployed by the state, whenever young people attempt to exercise their rights under Article 37, we needed to recall our troops from the front line and re-strategize and rethink more intelligent ways on how to sustain the momentum for change without suffering more casualties. So let me answer your question so that I let my brother come in. That the problem with our country is what I would call politics of monopoly. And it is the politics of monopoly that has got three facets. The first facet is patronage and clientelism. It is that patronage and clientelism that operates from the thinking that if you take Okoh and bring him into government, then you shall have quelled all the problems besetting that government. The second one is elite accommodation. That because of courtesy of your capacity to mobilize, you have caused for us a lot of trouble. Let us accommodate each other. That thinking stems from what we call game of chicken theory. And then the last one is tokenism, where in tokenism we say that because young people are making a lot of noise, let us find one young person, place him somewhere, and then every time you say, this government is friendly to young people because mnaona Okango, ama mnaona fulani. The problem with that is that then the government fails to respond to the needs of the people through a policy infrastructure. When you look at the unemployment levels today in this country, it is not because we do not have a young person as a cabinet minister. Actually, the minister for water, I think, is 32 years old or 33. We have a PS who is also and just shy of being 30 years old. But still, there is massive suffering. So I think that, and because my brother is a consultant and works for this administration, I hope that he consults for them and tells them that what we need as a people is radical imagination that is going to ensure that the many young people out of work, the many young people whose promise to upward social mobility continues to wane need a fair shot at life. That exporting an entire generation out of the country in the name of labor migration as a response to unemployment is unimaginative. Thank you.
Let me call him Pastor Kidi Mwaga. There are things that Kidi says, and I wonder. When we came from the election, the gentleman seated opposite me here, Kidi, actually joined William Ruto and defended William Ruto for some months until they saw a roadblock and they exited. So you cannot come and tell the public, the listeners, the viewers of this important, eminent show that, you know what, this government is bad. Well, you supported it at some point. I, Frederick Okango, since I joined politics, I've only been in two political parties, in KANU and Thirdway, where I was a Secretary General, and in KANU, where I was a Political Affairs. Azimio is a coalition party that also KANU is a member, and I serve as Political Affairs Secretary. As a professional, I consult, I advise. You cannot stop me from doing that. But let me just respond to certain things Kidi is saying. The meaning of Memorandum of Understanding, Kidi, it has got another meaning that we must also address deeply. When two parties or more come together in an agreement, that is MOU. Now, when this party express a common interest, it's still an MOU. The interest that was expressed between Raila Odinga's party and William Ruto's party had common interest. You say that how did we allow this to happen, and the government of the day should do that anyway? I agree. But look, there's a party that came in that was not in power. There's a party that represented people that was not in power. And their people also wanted to feel that their views are incorporated. Kidi Mwaga knows that we have got a constitutional principle called participation of the people. For the people to participate, they must be involved. And this involvement was for the willing at that time.
How is that? I
am telling you now.
Fred, how are people participating in this broad-based government? The people of Kenya.
I am telling you. The people of Kenya who Raila Amolo Odinga got votes from, where were they going to go at a time when they also look forward or towards their leader to help them? Raila is their leader. I voted for Raila Odinga. I look forward for his help when things are bad. I look forward for his help.
How? In what way?
I look forward for his help to speak and address issues of concern not only to me, but also to Kidi, Dio, and the rest.
Is that happening?
That is happening.
Let's be practical.
That is
Fred.
happening.
Let's be practical.
Yes, it is
Fred.
happening.
When somebody is complaining about issues economically, developmentally, are we saying that as a result of this coming together of these two parties, suddenly now that their views would be heard in a way that they were never heard before?
And I think
because they're affiliated to Raila Odinga.
I think as well, let's just be practical, because when these broad-based agreement was being signed, one of the key issues there was to end extrajudicial killings by police. But you realize that in the subsequent demonstrations that you've seen, especially under the broad-based government, that many Kenyans have died. Now, how then do you say that this engagement and this collaboration between the two has sorted out the problem that they intended to stop from the beginning?
Okay, let me answer you. Me, personally, I've written opinion pieces about police brutality, and I have condemned it because it is wrong. Raila Odinga, the leader of Azimio, has condemned that before. Gideon Moi, the chair of my party, KANU, has condemned that several times. And they have said it is not going to happen again because that is not what should happen.
Yet it did under the broad-based government.
Now, you take that to the doorsteps of the president, who is now leading the country. And he has said that he has talked to his officers and he has committed himself. Whether he does it or not is another question. But we are saying, as who are not part of that, we are saying it is wrong to kill young people. It is wrong to shoot them on the foot. It is wrong to maim them. It is wrong even to shoot them with a rubber bullet. We have condemned that. Raila has condemned that. So when you say about this 10-point agenda that it was one of the issues that was discussed and has not happened, that is the reason why we're even going further and saying maybe there's never been an implementation framework. And maybe these young people have more to say. And that takes me to the point of what Raila was saying, that we must now address this issue, allowing young people to participate in a national intergenerational conversation that will give them an opportunity. If they come and say it is in this platform that Ruto must go, then so be it. If it is in this platform that Ruto must stay, so be it. It is in this platform that we must now address all these police killings, so be it. I agree with you. There are so many things that were promised, some of them in the NADCO, that have not happened. And we must speak the truth. The truth of the matter is the progress has been very slow. But also the truth is, Kidi just relaxed, the truth is NADCO has given us, which I was also a supporting technical member, has given us the commission. We came together, through NADCO, we got the amendment of the IBC Act that brought us the commission. Why are people not talking about that? Today, we are talking about the bill that the president signed yesterday into law of interest. You know, where did it come from? It was in the BBI, then it was in the NADCO. People are not talking about that. The progress is slow, but we want it faster. We want it accelerated. And that's why I'm saying it is true. Some of these issues in the 10-point agenda, in the NADCO report, the government should do them. It does not involve the two parties to come together. Leave them. That was elite consensus. I agree. Now let's go for the citizen consensus, citizen-led, citizen-initiated. We want the people of Kenya to talk among themselves, listen to themselves, offer solutions to themselves, propose them to themselves, so that we address these issues. Because even if Ruto was to go today, Raila go today, Rigathi goes today as he has gone, these issues will still remain. How do we solve them? We must solve them among ourselves as the people. And that's why I take people always back to the issues on national value and principle of governance. That is where the solution is.
Kidi, do you agree with him?
My brother engages in what we call prevarications. I call it prevarications because, one, the last time I checked, the Secretary for Political Affairs in KANU was Dr. David Baraza, not Fred Okago. The second thing, my brother speaks very eloquently and says that they have, they want us to engage in a national dialogue. So, my brother, let me ask you, do you believe that Ruto must go?
That is a question that people will answer. No, you can't direct the answer.
Yes.
I give you the answer.
You say that you want the
that
young
is
people
a question,
in that dialogue to say Ruto must go.
Kidi, that is a question that the people of Kenya will answer at the ballot.
I am asking for your personal opinion.
And if the people of Kenya believe that Ruto must go, there are avenues of Ruto going. They can impeach him.
No,
they can vote him out in 2027. So the problem with people like Kidi.
Let's do this. So let's just continue with your point on that point, please.
Do I think that what the suggestions from our people, our friends in government, is that we engage in a national dialogue?
That is not a government suggestion. No. We must correct that. No, it is not.
It is from the
It is not a government suggestion. We must not. We should not mislead the viewers.
Okoh, a little decency would have taught you
I'm very decent,
that the rule of debate is remain quiet when I speak. The same way I was quiet.
Carry on as our time runs down.
Thank you. So let me say this, that we cannot entirely slam the doors on calls for dialogue, because every time societies have been embroiled in conflicts, breakthroughs have come through dialogue. When gunfires break out in 14th of June 1914, it takes dialogue in the Valley of Versailles in 1919 for the world to experience peace. When war broke out in 1939, when Adolf Hitler attacks Poland, it takes a peace after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that eventually the world comes together and says, let us form a body where we can dialogue.
Then they form the United Nations.
Yes.
Okay.
Locally, when we had the problems around the 2007-2008, we had to go to Serena. And subsequently, we have spoken. Democracy in itself is founded on compromise. So that to say that we cannot dialogue would be the epitome of foolishness. What we are opposed to is using dialogue as a tool to, as a political salve, to buy time for the administration or for the government of the day, while the critical services that the people are demanding from their governments have been abandoned. I am not aware if my brother knows, but the number of people dying of cancer today in Kenya is higher than the number of people dying from a road accident. If you look at the number of young people who are today out of work, but with the proper schooling, it is unjustifiable. If you look at the human rights record of this administration, maybe the economy, there are structural issues that cannot be dealt with quickly. But the question of human rights, does it have to take Raila Odinga to be in government for this government to protect and respect human rights? I respectfully disagree. So I think that what our friends in government are engaged in is prevarications. I think that as a people, we must reject the calls to be involved in political revolving doors. If NADCO could not solve the problems, I don't think that something called an intergenerational dialogue would solve any problems. If anything, and this is my direct call to the people of Kenya, that the most we can do is to engage in Supreme People's Convention. That now, instead of filling the streets, let us fill public squares and discuss that how are we going to reclaim our sovereignty. There are critical things that this government should have dealt with, that even under the broad-based arrangement it has failed to deal with, and it is a testament that they are children of the same mother.
Okay.
Let me say this, because I want to let you bring in my brother. There is a question of odious debt. We have not had any intelligent answer from Kenya Kwanza for the last 2 years. They were in government alone. And in the last 1 year, under the broad-based, we have not had anything about odious debt. While there is a feeling that money was misappropriated under the Eurobond, and some accountability should have taken place. That a little accountability would have helped us deal with the question of high cost of living in this country. My brother has not spoken about it. The people have not spoken about it. And there is so much more. So I think that with all this said, we respectfully reject the calls to engage in another political circus in the name of intergenerational dialogue. Thank you.
Heard you from there, Kitty. And we have a minute left, Fred. So it's a quick answer to that, absolutely. Really.
I think Kidi Mwaga is a fair weather friend. I am tempted to call him a waffler, but I'll avoid that for today because he changes based on where his bread is buttered.
Let's look at the issue.
So the issue is there's no government today that has proposed the national dialogue. Not at all. The proposal that was made on 7th March at Serena was made by Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga is not in government. We all know that. Even though people believe he is not. Number two, Kidi has come up with another proposal. We welcome it as Kenyans. As a Kenyan, I actually welcome his proposal. Come with many more. Those who are listening to us, watching us, come as many as possible with many more proposals. Put them together. Let's discuss. That is the intergenerational conversation that we want. That is what we're proposing, Kidi. And lastly, Kidi, I agree when you say that this government has not talked about certain things like Odia's debt. I agree. And I want that conversation, the intergenerational conversation, to address the issues of debt, to address the issues of corruption, to address the issues of socio-economic exclusion of young people like you and many out there. That is the issue. If the government of the day cannot address that, then the people should apply themselves to the provision of Article 1.
Very good.
And do that expressly. Because, truth be told, that we cannot keep whining, complaining, praising, and people are dying, things are going left. The only solution we have today, Kidi, and I agree, that you have said you cannot avoid dialogue. Now, don't avoid a proposal of a dialogue. Propose yours. Let's come together, concretize it, go out, involve the citizen. Let it be citizen-led, Kidi.
Thank you, Fred.
That's what we want.
In 10 seconds, Kidi.
In 10 seconds. One, Buddha says that there are three things you can't hide for long. The sun, the moon, and the truth. He started by accusing me that I supported
I've not accused you.
Okay.
That I support this administration. Truth is, there are instances I gave William Ruto the benefit of the doubt, particularly within the first 1 year in office.
So he supported you?
Okay. No, listen, Okango.
Don't shout. You supported him.
There was no legitimate reason to oppose the government then. Even today, we are not opposing the government. We are calling it out on its own on its own promises and its own human rights record. If the government kills the people, we cannot continue singing praises to it because our bread is buttered. Correct. My friend on the left, however, has run away from the party, is singing praises for the government because his bread is buttered there.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Unfortunately, our time definitely has come to an end. It's good, these robust conversations, good for us to have them in this manner, while focusing on the issues. Kidi Mwaga and Frederick Okango, thank you so much for being here with us this morning at 2 minutes past 8 o'clock. More time for conversations, more time in the future. Asante sana.
The 30 seconds more would have had.
Thank you so much, Kitty. Until the next time.
No. Why are you heartbroken? When you debate people like me, be...
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Traffic.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
10 minutes after 8 o'clock and into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this 31st of July, and our live streams, YouTube, Facebook, and on X. KTN home, we are home really with KTN. And I was going to say home with Safaricom fiber. All of these homes, KTN was home. I'm telling you, it's going crazy in my mouth.
Okay.
But either way, KTN, our audiences on KTN, and then you're going to bring it home with Safaricom, isn't it?
Okay. I was waiting for you to talk about streaming streaming. We're also streaming live on.
Oh, streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. That's the first thing I said.
Because I want to talk about streaming.
Ah, voila.
Yes. So, I mean, we all love combo meals. When something comes in a combo, we all
Make
love
it a
the
meal,
package.
yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I want to give you a whole combo meal. So when you're looking at Safaricom Home Fiber as a combo, you're looking at DSTV Stream. So with the DSTV Stream, this is an offering that then combines Safaricom Home Fiber with DSTV premium content. Yes. So you want to enjoy those great programs, you want to enjoy that Geo and all that premium content on DSTV, and Home Fiber customers can now enjoy the great value that comes with the DSTV stream with up to 10% discount. So the 10% discount is on the DSTV stream, which is the subscription packages. So whichever one you choose, you get at least 10% discount for whichever one you choose. That's the value that gives you then that access to enjoy DSTV stream when you're using your home fiber. You're in the house, you want to enjoy that. So you've got a variety. You want to watch Netflix, whatever it is that you want to watch all this premium content on DSTV. As long as you have the Safaricom Home Fiber, that combo comes with that value addition. And all you have to do to access that DSTV stream is dial star 400 star 6 hash. Star 400 star 6 hash. And then you just add it onto your home fiber package.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's how Safaricom makes you feel so good to be home.
Hi, Mr. Okari. Thank you very much. Definitely want for you to look into Get Connected today. Our Justice Thursday conversation is around untying the knot. What you do need to know about divorce. Just looking at statistics, we'll get into those in just a little bit. Our guest is here. There's our Rosalind Keegan, is a licensed marriage and family therapist with Founder International Therapy Services, and she joins us this morning. Good morning, Rosalind.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me, and I'm humbled to be here.
Karibu sana.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
We normally start the show, you were in the hot seat of the Situation Room, hot topic for us to...
God.
No, don't worry about it. We're learning from you this morning.
When you say hot seat.
As is usually the case. We go around the continent every week, and this week we're in a different country. We'd like you to interpret the proverb that Dennis is going to share and see what you think about that.
Okay.
Yeah, so our proverb today comes from Madagascar, the fourth largest island in the world, and it's a unique country in the sense that it's the only country in the world that has lemurs in it, and also the country that exports a majority of vanilla that the world enjoys today. And they also have this proverb that talks about being humble, and says, those that can't humble themselves are like a withering tree. Those that can't humble themselves are like a withering tree. How would you interpret that?
Those that can't humble themselves are like a withering tree.
Yes.
I think what I think about that proverb is I don't want to use humility, because humble is humility, because you don't define
a word using a word.
A word using a word.
Yeah.
But I say that if you don't understand who you are and what comes your way, you might just get hurt. Yeah. You just need to be need to have some sort of humility as a human being. Yeah.
Okay. You need to have some. It takes you a long way.
Yeah.
Essentially. So our Justice Thursday conversation this morning is around a societal issue. It's marriage, but then on the other end of it, we're looking into divorce. And why does this happen? Marriage is universal, but some still end in divorce. Even though a larger majority of Kenyans are married, some relationships still terminate in divorce. Data shows that 1.4% of women aged 15 to 49 were divorced, compared to 1% of the same in men. The 2019 census also found similar levels of divorce in the country, with 1.1 of women aged between 12 and and above being divorced, and 0.6 men above 12 being divorced. Divorce has become more prevalent in later years. However, marriages become more strenuous as time passes, and there is no doubt that some will result in divorce several years later. It's evident in Kenya, whereby a slightly larger share of men and women in older age groups are likely to be divorced than those in younger age groups. We're seeing that censuses reveal that these numbers have risen quite significantly from 2019. And then to ask ourselves the question, what is the rate of divorce? That we're looking at numbers that about 10% of marriages in Kenya result and are resulting in divorce today. We're going to look at that from a legal point of view as our Justice Thursday conversation, but also looking at it from a societal point of view today, and start to ask questions around the rates that we are seeing, and the differences then between separations and then leading into full-fledged divorces, and what people actually do around those. So thank you for joining us to have that conversation this morning. We would have had a legal mind here as well, but circumstances show otherwise. Now, Rosalind, what are some of the reasons people come and sit in your chair when it comes to the dissolution of marriage?
That's first, let me say, divorce for me, marriage as an institution, for me, it's very close to my heart. And that's why I became a family and marriage therapist. Yeah. And when couples come in for therapy, a couple who come in for therapy, I think they believe they have there's hope. There's hope in terms of let's try this. Most of them, let's say, this is our last hope for this marriage to work. So they come in to try the marriage to work. But there are others just who come in and walk in by themselves and say, you know what, I'm exhausted. Mm-hmm. I can't manage this relationship anymore, and I think I need it. I need you to help me. How do we walk out in this relationship in a very amicable way? Right? Mm-hmm. And it's so sad that the lawyer is not in, because it's very important for us as therapists to work together with lawyers so that there's no conflict when it comes to divorce proceedings. So to your questions, mm-hmm. the first thing that we do is a genogram. We draw a genogram. Genogram is like a family tree. A family tree is where we see the patterns of divorce in your family. So probability of divorce being high in a family is if there's been patterns of divorce from grandfather, grandmother, all mm-hmm. that. They seem to be a pattern. Because mm-hmm. when a pattern is there, it's familiar. So when somebody asks for divorce, it's familiar, because I have maybe a person, the client will say, my parents, I came out well and my parents divorced. Or my mom and my dad did not live together, and it is okay. So there is no fear, because they have already walked that path when they were young. That's the first thing we look at. Even when you're doing premarital counseling, the first thing we do is the genogram, the family tree, so that when you're going into this relationship, you need to understand the pattern. Is there divorce in this family? And not everyone who comes from a divorced parent will also divorce. But the important is the information, so that you know and you start working on it towards working against it. The other thing is the intentions, expectations of the relationship. What do you expect in this marriage? More often than not is we get into a relationship when our expectations are not similar. Are you getting married because everyone else around you is reached of age and everyone else is getting married and you're not? Mm-hmm. Are you getting married because you want financial independence, financial freedom? Are you getting married because you're running away from your home? Maybe your family home is toxic. So the reason of marriage can also be the reason for divorce, mm-hmm. right? The other thing is when you're already in the marriage, if there's abuse. Yeah. There's a doctor that I really follow, and Dr. Gottman has put four things actually, for reason for couples to divorce. There's criticism. Criticism when you're constantly criticizing each other, or your partner is criticizing you. Yeah. There's contempt. Contempt in Kiswahili is madharau. Mm-hmm. Your partner doesn't respect you, shows you contempt. Always, there's always that. And then there's defense. Every time you have conflict, your defense. You're always on defense. So every time there's conflict and argument, you sweep everything under the carpet. Yeah? And then there's stonewalling. You don't want to face the facts. You don't want to face the issue at hand. So I can go on and on and on into why people seek for divorce. But the key thing and the high thing that people count for divorce is abuse. Emotional, financial, economic. It's just you're being abused and you want to get out of this relationship. Yep.
Okay. Now, if we look at these numbers, actually those numbers that we've given previously, those statistics, actually looking at a lot more of those, we've seen trends of up to, beyond now 15%. And why they occur, 10% are talking about like you said, infidelity, interference from in-laws, financial issues, abuse, desertion, and cruelty. We're also seeing that 42% of these divorces occur within the first 5 years of marriage. 77% of those occur within 10 years of marriage. And there's a 10% national divorce rate. That's what we're looking at in Kenya today. What would you say? So amongst those, you talk about abuse being the highest in terms of the reasons as to why. Who's this abuse to, and what kind of abuse are we talking about?
Interestingly, abuse is on both sides. Yeah. I also get men who come for therapy and they have actually been abused by their wives. And when these men come, they're actually coming to find out the answers on what they should do. But the highest number of people being abused in a relationship are women, right? So you find maybe you marry an alcoholic, he comes home drunk and he beats you up. Maybe you marry just a person who is not narcissistic, but has narcissistic kind of trends, right? And the three horsemen, the three things I've told you, he brings them out. There's always conflict, there's always argument. There's no single time that house is at rest. And this abuse also comes into and affects your children. Yeah. And even when you tell your parents, there's no one seems to be understanding the shoe that you're wearing, right? So in fact, when a client comes in and there's abuse in a relationship, as a therapist, we recommend separation. We don't even think twice. We recommend separation when we ask you, where can you go? Because at the end of the day, you'll die, you'll be killed. There's no familiaring there. You need to go, you need to run. Yeah.
So how does that tie in to religion and faith matters? Because the two are intertwined in a way. So as you're giving therapy and you're counseling this couple that has come, that last point of kuvumilia, we've had incidents where in the context of Christianity, the idea here is, since you got married, the point is through the struggles, because they will say there are phases then in marriage, that whatever it is that you're going through, whether it's that abuse itself, then they don't encourage separation. They say, pray for this person. They're going to be better. So how then do you blend in where you're talking about therapy and you're addressing also matters of faith in this setup where somebody then is told, you know what, my pastor told me, wevumilia tu, continue praying for this man. He's going to change. And faith tells you that, look on the brighter side, see this person has already changed.
And forgive 7 times, 7 times.
Yes. Yeah.
So the Bible tells us, and I must say I'm also a Christian. But we've had many situations where people have been told, hold on, vumilia. And it comes to death, or there's death, there's injury, there's So we actually need, and I hope churches will listen to this, we actually need to separate. When there's abuse in any relationship, there's no vumiliani. There's nothing like that, because you will get hurt. Yeah, no parent, no mother gave birth to you. Yeah. To be injured by another person. No one was brought into this world to be beaten by another person. And that is not the right thing. The name, in fact, clients come in and they say, yeah, I went to a pastor and I was told to hold on, but I can't hold on anymore. They can't hold on because they are losing themselves. They find a person who had everything. This girl had so much going on, but they enter and marry this guy who actually drains the spirit, the life out of her. Will you tell, even if it is your daughter, vumilia ukae hapo? That is a wrong advice. The advice is, please get help, get your peace.
So here's a question where, if you look at the stats, let me just go into the numbers a little bit. Now, as of 2022, 1.4% of married women aged 15 to 49 are divorced compared to 1% of married men. But separation is much more common at 7.9% of married women and 4.6% of married men. So now, when you look at these numbers in terms of separation, and that is even worse on men, on older couples aged between 45 to 49, the numbers tend to go high. But here's a question where recently I was in the northern part of the country and I was having a discussion with men, and within that community there is an aspect that they believe that a woman has to be beaten. It is a culture ingrained that even when a woman is getting into marriage, they know being beaten up is part of the game. It is okay to do that. And if you dig deeper, you find that separation in marriages in that community are also high. But how then do you bring now your expertise and challenge what culture is saying for sanity to be there? How does one go around that?
It's very difficult to come in and challenge a culture or try and change a culture that is already been there. So as an expert, what we can do is just to be advocacy, policies, and advice, right? Because even when we talk about culture and religion, it's more or less the same thing. And to bring what the question here said, it is the same thing. Because religion and culture tells us, you know what, you need to stay there no matter what, because that's your husband, that's your wife, and deal with that. But on an expert point of view, we come in and say, you know what, you're going to be hurt. So it's up to you as an individual, to actually look internally and tell yourself, you know what, I know there's a lot of stigma when it comes to divorce. There's a lot of stigma when it comes to separation. And culture, you might even be ostracized out of that culture, especially the culture from North India. Divorce is not there. But you as a person, as an individual, you actually need to get help and decide, I need to step out. It's difficult. Even people who are not very into culture, well-learned people, they come in for therapy and you tell them, you know what, this marriage is going to kill you. You need to step out. There's fear, there's stigma. There's so much is happening in that person's life. They don't want to do that. They don't want to step out.
Then when you say divorce is a bad thing, is it?
Divorce is not really a bad thing. If you can come in, because clients come in and they want to divorce, but the reason for divorce is something that we can actually sit around the table and let's talk and we agree. And for marriage is two. It takes two to tango. I can't work on this relationship by myself. My husband has to come in also and we work together. So as long as you're working together as a couple, whatever reason it is, it can work. But if one party is working and the other party is not, that's going to be very difficult for that to work. It takes two.
So, Rosalind, a couple comes to you. How can they distinguish that, look, what you're going through is a temporary marital struggle, or this is beyond repair? What are those things that then can distinguish these two? That the first will then lead to separate find yourself, think through this, and this other person does that. But you're looking at another case where you're looking at it and you're listening and you're thinking, this is purely beyond repair.
Okay. Good question. So when a couple comes in, we take the history, right? It's intake form, and we actually sit and take the history. How long have you been married? What is the issue? How frequent is the issue? How is it affecting your life? Yeah. Is there depression? Is there abuse? What kind of abuse is there? How frequent is that abuse? Right? Is one of you maybe dependent on substance? Because we find that people who are actually substance dependents have higher rate of abusing their spouses. Are the children affected? Who have you talked to? Who is in your community? There's so many things we ask, right? And if we find frequency of this, in fact, the interesting thing, the couple has the answers. Yeah. And then we also have tools that we give them. Yeah, I'll give you a tool to work on. And where you tick, it's like questionnaires, different kind of questionnaires measuring different kind of things. Yeah. So the questionnaires come and we value them. Then we also measure your anxiety, depression, kind of thing. Then from there, that's when now we come in. And it's an evaluation. It's not an evaluation for one sitting or three sessions. Even for the third session, that's when we see that maybe this marriage might not work. But if it's an abuse, the law says that every time you find your client is abused, as per the law, you as a therapist or the psychologist is supposed to report to the nearest police station that this person is being abused. In fact, when you come into therapy, the first thing a therapist tells you, if you tell me something that is harmful to you or harmful to someone else, I'm obliged by the law of Kenya to report that this person is being abused. That is the first session. Yes.
Okay. We're talking about divorce this morning on our Justice Thursday conversation, and we're going to take a break and come back and continue with this, because obviously there's some questions that folks have that you then ask yourself, okay, so then how do you know that this is the direction in which we should be going? And maybe does a separation for a little while then help things to cool? How do you know if you should then go then further and make it final? Rosalind Keegan is a licensed marriage and family therapist, joins us this morning. We were going to have also a lawyer here with us to look at what the law then says and what you can or cannot do. We'll continue this conversation all the same. Taking a break and we'll come back from it in just a while. Have you gone to your Google Play Store or Apple App Store? What do I want you to do if you haven't? Go to it and download the Loop app. It's orange, and that's the one that you're looking for. If you've already downloaded it, I need you to log into your Loop app. Go to the Grow tab. On the Grow tab, you'll find the quick loan option, where you can take a loan for up to 100,000 shillings. You don't have to wait in line. You don't have to sign papers. You don't have to get that scrutiny down to the wire, because Loop understands that sometimes you'll have a situation where you just run out of cash, and that, you know, the time when you would get paid hasn't quite come, and you could get that deal that works for you, or you do need a little bit of cash to stretch you through. Loop gets it, and so they say, you know what, apply for that loan, and you can do so at no hidden charges with a very, very affordable interest rates, and you can do that today. What we want to do is to be able to extend to you 5,000 bob. So you need to get into your Loop app, go to the Grow tab, make your application, take a screenshot of that and send that to our DMs, SpiceFM KE, and it could be you who would get 5,000 shillings to work on that issue that you need some help with. Remember that Loop, it's not just an app, it is a lifestyle.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Landlord amenipea deadline ya leo. Salon nayo imechelewa. Junior amekuwa msik. Yani drama iko kila mahali.
Bro, wacha pressure. Loop iko na quick loan, unaweza get straight to your phone. That's right. You can now sort out unexpected expenses with a new quick loan on Loop. Borrow up to 100,000 shillings and repay within 30 days. No paperwork, straight to your phone. Simply go to Grow on your Loop app and click quick loan to apply.
Na imeingia. Landlord, pewa yako. Stress, toka hapa.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Download Loop today. Loop is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Get ready for a non-stop adventure with Star Times. Join your favorite heroes and dive into a world of fun and excitement. Enjoy endless entertainment on top kids channels like ST Kids, Jim Jam, Toonami, Da Vinci, Baby TV, CBeebies, Boeing, ST Tunes and ST Kids Plus on your Star Times decoder. All this from as low as 329 shillings per month on aerial decoders with the Nyota package, or only as low as 549 shillings per month on dish decoders with the Nova package. Recharge your subscription for 2 months and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for free. Dial star 858 hash for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. This holiday, adventure begins
Mature,
at
intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Divorce is the topic that we're looking into for our Justice Thursday conversation this morning. And even as we do that, our guest this hour is Rosalind Keegan. She is a certified licensed marriage and family therapist. So even as we look at some of these things, how do you know that, are there red flags beforehand that you would then be able to know, whereby it says in your head, actually, if I'm going to be honest, perhaps I shouldn't have married this fella, are there red flags that when people come before you that you sit and you say, actually, yes, these are things that we've seen these are unfixable things. I remember that a pastor once said, there's nothing that's unforgivable. There's nothing that's unforgivable, that you then should be able to work things out. But you say that no, abuse is one of those. If you're being beaten to a pulp, you should go. One of the comments that we're seeing reminding us of some of the things that actually happened. We recently saw a video where a gentleman was pouring hot porridge. And you know how porridge is. It's crazy. Hot porridge on this woman in the presence of her child, and was essentially abusing her really terribly. And then you want to ask, would you not have noticed these tendencies in this person before you married them?
When you're dating and you just started having this relationships, there's a lot of love in the air. And in fact, when clients come, we ask them, tell me about your dating life. And they've really been arguing, but they're coming into your room and you want to know how their dating life. And there's a smile. Even when they're arguing, there's a smile. We met here, we met in campus, and everything was okay. And then now you ask them, tell me, were there any red flags? In the hindsight, they say in the hindsight, yeah. There were red flags. She used to bully a lot, or he used to argue a lot. Yes. The clients, people see red flags, but because there's so much anticipation of getting into in a marriage in a hurry, and not actually going out and actually asking yourself, or doing a very effective premarital counseling program, they don't see that red flag.
Is it a case
of they ignore it? Sorry,
they ignore, or maybe they feel, maybe I'll be able to change this person.
Both. It's ignored. Okay. It's ignored because when you were dating, he slapped you.
Oh no, he didn't. Oh, I'm just going. Sorry. What?
Or the first year of marriage, or even in honeymoon, he made noise. He slaps you. He paused, or she did something, but it's like, let me just let it go, or ignore it.
Maybe I'm the reason why he slapped me.
Yeah, you start blaming yourself. Yeah. Exactly. Maybe you're the reason why. So one time, second time, third time, now it comes to you being poured porridge. It starts with something small, but end up you being abused, and it might take you to the grave. Or you might just have a permanent injury because you did not check on the red flags. And imagine those red flags. All I know is once you get those red flags, they can be worked on. Yeah, you can get, and it can be worked on.
When you started the conversation, there is the aspect you talked of in the sense that you find divorce has several causes, and one that you mentioned is interference by in-laws and whatnot. But it's a question where we met in campus, happy life, happy wife, we were doing well, dating phase, proposal is good, marriage is good, and the night, honeymoon, everything easy. Now you get into marriage and you find a situation where now the in-laws start interfering to a point where now you're like, you need to talk to your people and put that barrier, because the only engagement, I can't talk to your people, you need to talk to your people and ask them to stop. Just what are the cases like in terms of the numbers that you see on divorce cases coming before you because of interference from in-laws?
They're not as much as infidelity and other, but they're there. The in-laws come in when let me tell you something. The interesting thing is when you were dating, and especially if you marry a guy who's really close to the mother, or the lady is really close to moms. We are the ones who are really we are
spoilers.
We are the ones.
Mama meharibu msichana.
Yeah. So every mistake, everything that happens, every decision you need to make, even when you're dating, you'll find he's calling mom. Or she's calling mom. And you find, it's cute that. So when you get married year 1, year 2, everything that's done, parents are involved, and it's like, no, this is too much. So the involvement of in-laws is, it can be a cause of divorce, and it's always it's, in fact, nowadays it's important. If you have an issue in your relationship, kindly avoid even going to your parents for advice. Why? Because my mom will take my side, and the parent will take the man's side. Yeah. The best person to help you in your marital things is a qualified therapist. Yeah. Because parents take each other people's sides. And let me tell you something. What happens is, if you fight, you go tell your parents you fought and you've made up and you'll never fight again. But the way your in-laws will look at this man or you again will never be the same. It will change. The respect they had will change. The only time now you bring in your parents, if you two have actually decided, you know what, it is done, it is over, now we need to tell them it's done. Unless you're sure that your parents will not take your side, or the very, where do I put it? They will not prefer your side than the other person's side, because in-laws really also spoil marriages.
Okay. More recently, and especially now, we are seeing that a lot more marriages are ending in divorce, and that it's much easier for folks to make the decision to leave a marriage, and that and really quickly, it's not considered that should we give it a chance, do we give it an opportunity. Usually once there is that feeling of we're at the end and we can't take it, quickly it is ending. Is that recommended, or should there be more of an attempt given towards trying to sort things out?
The reason why I personally became a marriage and family therapist is to help marriages, right? And they should, as long as it's not toxic, not abusive, there should be a way you can sit down with your partner and find a way to salvage this relationship, whether it's infidelity. Whether it's just communication, mistrust. Some of the things that you find through going through a relationship is things from your upbringing, family of origin, some things you never actually dealt with, and you're marrying a stranger. So two strangers coming together with two different values from home, two different expectations, two different environments, coming to live in one house. Tell me, why wouldn't there be conflict? Why wouldn't there be conflict? There will be conflict. Yes. So the thing is, you as a couple, you need to find the mechanism of addressing this conflict. The first thing is understand yourself as a person. I need to know who Rose is, understand who Rose is, so that Rose can introduce herself to this person that she's getting married, and vice versa. But what happens is we get married and we don't know who we are. Hence conflict.
What? Okay, sorry.
Which brings the next question in terms of the need of having premarital counseling. That is very key, because here's a question where I come from County X, from a certain home, and I have baggage that I've carried up based off my upbringing, and you come from this other part of life with your own baggage, and that perhaps we need to shed off before we make the decision that we're settling down as a couple, as husband and wife. Just how critical then is premarital counseling?
You know, you're singing to the choir. I've even written a workbook on premarital counseling for an expert workbook on premarital counseling, because most premarital counseling books are the church-based. So we've done one workbook that is just expert, and it's very, very important, because in premarital, that's when now you're actually introducing yourself to each other. And if you get an effective person taking you through premarital, that's where they'll take you through the family of origin. What we do is we actually ask the couple to draw their family tree, 3 generations, and we put it out there, and we see the patterns. What are these patterns? Do you have a lot of divorce? Is there alcoholism? Is there early marriages? How do you people deal with conflicts at home? Because how you deal with conflict at home is how you deal with conflict in your house. Because if you do not deal with conflict, if you do not talk to each other and swept things down, that's how you deal it even in your marriage. So premarital counseling is very important.
So Rosalind, a lot of the marriages are generally set up under a church. So it's a church that officiates. There's a pastor. And what currently I think is happening in most of these churches is, if a couple is coming to the pastor and they're telling the pastor, we want to get married, they go through the church pre-counseling. So, and I'm assuming each church has their own workbook. And so, when you are saying you've come up with a workbook, right?
Yeah.
Around pre-counseling.
Yeah.
What are the gaps that you see between those that actually go through a church pre-counseling session or sessions versus what you've come up with? Or what is it that then you've blended in?
Okay. The workbook that has been I have created is actually a blend. Yeah, it blend of both church and expert. It's actually let's call it integration. So what the church doesn't emphasize on, and what I'm really emphasizing is checking onto the family of origin. Those days when our parents got married, the key thing people used to look at, which family do you come from? What are these trends that are in this family? Yeah, and that is very important. So now the other thing that is in the workbook, and we do as an expert, if you go to a premarital counseling, is your attachment, your attachment styles. Yeah, what are your attachment styles? What are your love languages style? Your attachment styles, let me just put it, also is a very big thing when it comes to your relationship. Are you insecure? Are you secure? Are you avoidance? Are you anxious? And that can only be done by an expert. Yeah. The other thing that also can be done is the sexual orientations, in terms of how do we satisfy each other sexually? That has to be effectively discussed in premarital. Was there rape when you were growing up? Yeah. What was sex discussed when you're growing up? So that even when you get married, I've had even couples coming in their honeymoons, they've not had sex. Why? Because the girl was told sex is bad, sex is not good, do not expose yourself, do not show yourself. So in her mind, she still believes it is bad. So she doesn't know how to. She still has the mothers, the pastors, the mothers' voices in her head. So when you come for premarital, those are the things now our therapists will unwind and will change the narrative and make you ready for marriage. So there are several things that are missed out when it comes to premarital counseling in churches and when you do a premarital counsel with an expert. But we need to tell you that the ones with experts are integrated with the church. Yeah.
Rose, why do people get married?
Why do people get married?
Yes.
That's a very good question. I think it's for companion, number one. And number two is, I believe, is everyone else is, what people come and say, everyone else is getting married. And so even me, I'll get married. And then number two is pressure from home. Yeah. I've come at an age where I'm reaching this age and I need to get married. And three is I don't want to bring, I want a child. I don't want to get a child out of wedlock. I want to get married.
Okay. Because if we can find out why people get married, then we, and this has to be on if we find out why people are truly getting married, then we can also find out why people then are truly getting divorced.
True.
Can we make a connection between the two?
That comes in expectations.
Okay.
And I like that question because what I ask my client is, give me your expectations of why you got married. And truth be told, the first 2 years, the expectations are very different to 5 years and very different to 10 years. So what should happen is, as a couple, you need to always keep on asking each other that question, why did we get married? Has our expectation changed? Yeah, why are we in this relationship? Am I meeting your expectations, or are you meeting my expectation? If we are not, what do we do? Yeah, to meet those expectations. That will answer the reason why we are still in this marriage. And that's a very valid question. Yeah. Because if you got married because you made a girl pregnant, after, yes, you married, after 1 year, you want to run away from that because there's really nothing much. But some people, yes, make girls pregnant, but they stay together and they fall in love into that, but some don't. Yeah.
Looking at the clients that you have, because Ndu was giving us the figures, you're looking at the age group that comes to you and also gender. Do you have more of the women coming for the therapy sessions than dragging the man, or you have the men then coming dragging their wives, or you have this age group of just young couples who've been in marriage maybe 1 year, 2 years, 3 to 5, or you have the older generation, you have 40, 50, 60 plus who are saying, you know what, even if I'm 60, enough is enough. Describe the composition of the kind of people you've seen.
I'm getting young couples for premarital counseling. Yeah, Gen Zs and millennials. Yeah, they're there. They're quite a number, and I'm also having an increase of young men, millennials, age of 35, 30, coming in and dragging in their spouses in for therapy. I'm finding that very interesting. Yeah, I'm finding that very interesting. And I also have older generation that are coming in for therapy. But I'm finding very happy. I kind of find very happy when a young man comes in for therapy. Yeah.
So these are cases where men are turning the tables. So previously it was women who are coming for the therapies. Now you have men coming for the therapies on the same.
Yeah. The man will come in and they'll tell you, what do I do? Why don't you ask your wife to come in? I'll try. And actually the wife comes in. And it's all because of just relationships and marriages. And this young man really wants this marriage to work. Yeah.
So in Kenya with divorce, and obviously just let's take a little bit of a step into the legal, just a little bit, because when you, from what I understand, should you want to dissolve your marriage and divorce, you must go back to, you must go to the courts. The courts then will say, well, usually I'm not even sure, but the courts will then either say work this out or try and see if you can mediate, or then after some time will then grant you this divorce. If it has already been deemed in that societal makeup by a therapist, for example, that we can't just do this and we must go, why do we then have to seek from the legal entities to get that done?
Because marriage is legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's either you do traditional or you do through the court. It's a legal document. So it's very important, and there's also property and children that is in this marriage. It's not only you and the person. So there's other children. Yeah, so that's where the legality part of it comes in. So it's very important. Like when couples come in also, is I work closely with some lawyers, yeah, and when we do now co-parenting, we always advise, what, now you need to, and when it comes to property, now you need to go talk to. If you don't have a lawyer, I can give you a family lawyer. Now you go sit and discuss and do the finality. But when it comes to discussion of co-parenting, yeah, it's important now you come back to us so that now we safeguard the interests of the children. So the lawyers will do the legal part of it, but us will do the social part of it and making sure this child socially is covered.
Edwin asks that would you recommend that if we see all of these things and you get scared, would you recommend that somebody lives through life without then getting married?
No, let people get married. It's just you need to understand who you are as a person. And to your question, why do you want to get married? That is very important. Who are you and why do you want to get married? Yeah.
What I find missing in a lot of these conversations is there's the pre-counseling, which then prepares you for the marriage as an institution, that then you look at all these things, expectations, temperament, getting to learn about each other, then to concretize the joining of two people. Then if there are struggles through they say in marriage there are phases, there's the mountain, there is the honeymoon stage, there is the valley and all that. But when now it leads to where there are issues that then lead to separation, like you said, there are points where you can advise separate. Then beyond separation, you sit down with a couple and you realize this is beyond repair. That's when now they institute divorce proceedings. What I find missing is, and I don't know whether you do that, in many instances, nobody prepares couples for divorce. What I've seen happen is we are going to go to court, then you will fight over property, you'll fight over everything else. There are children involved, but nobody then takes the couple, this decision that you're making, this then is, or these are the phases that you'll go through after your divorce. And so people then, and I was speaking to a lawyer who was telling me another day that it's interesting, the number of people who go to court, they go to the final phases of getting the document signed, then they realize this thing is too much. They now say, you know what, we have agreed to stay together. To avoid all this drama, it's better to just stay together. So why is there that gap in preparing people then who have decided, fine, we want to get divorced? Nobody prepares them
for divorce.
Why
the gap is there? Because they're not aware that they can seek a therapy to prepare them for divorce, because it's divorce therapy. Yeah. And clients come in and say, how do we do this the best? So I think it's just the awareness that people are not aware. And even lawyers should be able to refer to tell clients, you need to go and see a therapist. Because the fact that you're divorced should not be the reason why there should be a lot of fighting, there should be so much on the media. You come and see, and how do we amicably communicate to each other as we do this separation? Yeah. How do we, in fact, divorce therapy also has an angle of co-parenting, and also has an angle, how do we now live apart? How do you now accept that we are no longer together, and start accepting that our spouses will also now start seeing other people? right? So that is part of the divorce therapy. It's just because people are not aware that we do that. Yeah.
But by the time somebody is coming to that point, you're not even talking to each other. The fight has gone to levels where you can't even make a decision that, hey, you know what, let's go see a divorce therapist and talk about this.
And you know what?
Yeah.
Interestingly, people, they'll want to divorce, but when they come and talk to a therapist and you ask them questions, they'll go back and home and say, you know what? Exactly why are we divorcing? Because you'll find that there's really no reason for you to actually go for a divorce. Maybe a trial separation will work as you work on yourself, then come back.
You see, there is also the aspect of, fine, we were getting a divorce, we've agreed we were going separately, but now we're maybe living together or separately, but you're seeing other people on the side because we know at the end of the day, everyone is going separately. Do you see such cases happen, and what does that do?
So what happens is when you're coming in for therapy, we agree. Now this is now mediation. We agree on what do we do when we separate. If we decide we are going to go to trial separation, is it okay? And both of you agree to date. Is it okay we hold on to 6 months or 3 months and we see how it goes? That has to be an agreement for both. And while you're doing trial separation, you should still be coming for individual therapy. Even divorce therapy, you still should be coming for individual therapy because you're working on yourself. Yeah.
So much to learn, so much to discuss, some things that make us uncomfortable sometimes, but necessary for us to have these conversations because after all, we're units of society, we made up and then, joining in the bigger conversation. You can't do good if you're damaged. And I guess, that's one way to be able to look at it. So we want to thank you so much for being here with us this morning to look through some of these on our Justice Thursday conversation, untying the knots and looking at some of those. So thank you so much. Rosalind Keegan, a licensed marriage and family therapist, has been here with us this hour. Thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you for having me.
Asante, it's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubag. The state has lined up 15 witnesses, including police officers, to testify against Constable Kipkoskei Limo, who has been charged with the murder of his colleague. Limo was in April charged with the murder of Eric Muga following an altercation in a bar in Nairobi's Gigiri area on March 9th. Another police officer, Corporal Philip Kai, was seriously wounded and remains hospitalized, even as he is one of the key witnesses who testify for the state. The prosecution told Justice Kanyi Kimondo that all witness statements and exhibits that will be relied upon during trial have been supplied to the defense. Justice Kimondo certified the matter ready for trial and fixed the hearing for February 9th and 10th next year. Meanwhile, Limo has made a second application to be released on bond or bail. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi says the government is working tirelessly to repatriate more than 1,000 Kenyans currently incarcerated abroad. While acknowledging the complexity of many of these cases, Mudavadi assured the public that the government remains fully committed to pursuing all possible diplomatic avenues to bring them home. Mudavadi made the remarks after officially meeting Stephen Munyaho, who recently returned to Kenya after he was saved from execution in Saudi Arabia.
We have about 1,000 Kenyans facing incarceration in different countries, and our embassies and our missions continue to work through diplomatic channels every other day to try and get the best outcome. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we may not succeed.
Mungai spent 14 years on death row in Saudi Arabia on murder charges following a violent altercation with a Yemeni colleague in April 2011. The colleague later died from his injuries, leading to Munyai's initial sentencing of 5 years for manslaughter. However, the verdict was later overturned on appeal and the charge was elevated to murder, resulting in a death sentence by beheading.
Your contributions never went unnoticed. And I feel indebted, and I don't know how I can ever pay back. Just accept my humble thanks.
They threw their weight behind the efforts to secure his release because he is a Kenyan.
Stephen returned to the country on Tuesday this week. 2 suspects arrested for transporting over 500 kilograms of marijuana worth 2.8 million shillings in Eldora to Wasingishu County are due in court today. The two have been detained overnight at Baharini Police Station. County Police Commander Benjamin Mwathi has revealed that the marijuana was seized while it was being transported in a truck bound for Likoni, Mombasa. In addition, one suspect who was injured by a gunshot wound to the leg managed to escape.
Kutakuwa na kongamano la ugatuzi kule Homa Bay. Jambo ambalo ningelipenda wazingatie ni mambo ya afya. Afya tunaambiwa ilikuwa devolve, lakini bado mambo mengi yamewekwa kule Nairobi. County haina mkono huru kununua madawa mpaka waende KEMSA, na KEMSA inasimamiwa na serikali ya juu. Wangeli devolve ili county ikuwe na huru kununua madawa yake kwa wakati ipasavyo. Wawe na health commission kama teacher service commission ili uajiri wao, mshahara na mambo yote ya kuhusu madaktari.
And finally, the World Health Organization has called on governments and partners to urgently accelerate efforts to eliminate viral hepatitis as a public health threat and reduce liver cancer deaths. WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom says every 30 seconds, someone dies from a hepatitis-related severe liver disease or liver cancer, yet these countries have the tools to stop hepatitis. According to WHO, chronic hepatitis B and C silently cause liver damage and cancer despite them being preventable, treatable, and in the case of hepatitis C, curable. The World commemorated World Hepatitis Day on Monday under the theme Hepatitis. Let's break it down. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
It's 7 minutes after 9 o'clock, and this is the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday, and coming into the last hour. And you've been connecting us since morning, Mr. Okari and Mr. Aseto.
Yes, we've been connecting since morning, and when you talk about connections, you want, seamless experiences. And for anyone looking to have a good experience, you're always thinking about what value am I then getting in this?
Yes.
And you know how we love free things.
Yeah.
And
free is good.
Yeah, and free is good.
Yeah.
So when you
It's not, but okay.
So when you talk about value and it's free, even the better. So when we talk about Safaricom Home Fiber, we earlier spoke about installation.
Free.
It's free. The router is
free.
Maintenance. The maintenance is
free.
So if you decide you want to relocate to some other place for whatever reason, again, the relocation is
free.
Exactly. And when there's time, when you feel there's downtime, you can't access your internet because there's an issue there. Like I said some time back, my fiber optic ilikulo na panya. Some point where I was staying. So I was told, the rat has chewed the uko inje, not inside the house. Uko inje. So I was affected. So the experiences have always been smooth because, again, I can quickly make a call. This happening. Then within 24 hours, a technician is sent my way. And in the meantime, there is what?
5 GB. Again, that is
enjoying.
Free.
And with the 5 GB, by the way, you can hotspot your gadgets in the house. So you get the 5 GB, but you can still hotspot on your screen. Enjoy watching Netflix, enjoy watching your movies and anything else. YouTube, you can
DSTV stream.
You can do DSTV stream. Still with the 5 GB, as you wait to get sorted out. That's what I'm talking about, value. And Safaricom making you feel really, really good at home, enjoying the home
fiber experience.
Fiber experience, yes.
Okay, you guys are onto something here. We shall pursue. It's good.
So we shall.
Exactly. The people shall. Nisare Kabisa, that's the conversation that we're having this hour. And joining us in this conversation is the head of digital marketing with I&M Bank, Celine Awar. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well. You're doing well?
I'm doing well. Can't complain. Yourself?
Fine, thank you. Karibu sana.
Asante.
You're going to tell us what this is all about in just a minute. But before you do... Dennis went to Madagascar. He came back, not with vanilla, which I don't understand why, but he's come with proverbs.
Oh, okay.
We would like to get your interpretation of the same. We're going to put you to work when you're in the hot seat of the Situation Room.
And before the proverb, I have a question. Have you watched Penguins of Madagascar?
A long time ago.
You see?
A long time ago.
Mr. Okari, it's just
who has not watched? Oh gosh. Where do you live?
Oh my.
In a place where there are rats eating his
wife. Wow.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I crawled out of a cave.
Oh gosh. You should watch it.
You should watch
Please
King
find
Julian,
it. Find it and watch
I
it.
promised this weekend, I'm downloading it. And I'm going to watch it.
Yes.
Monday, I'll give you a report.
Sawa.
I will watch it with an investigative eye.
Of course.
Oh,
yes.
Please do. You'll enjoy it.
You'll enjoy it. But let's go to the proverb, right? So, those that can't humble themselves are like a withering tree. How would you interpret that?
How do I interpret it? If you're full of yourself to a certain extent, then your time span for success or glowing is limited because humility is part of it. If you're full of yourself, you'll not be able to take in feedback, you'll not be able to take in corrections and directions, which mean it more or less limits you to what you know, and over time that will not be enough. That's my interpretation.
Wow.
Well put.
Yeah.
Will not be enough. That's great.
Yes.
Okay. So, like we said, Nisare Kabisa,
yes,
coming in from I&M Bank. So we're going to put the two together and then ask ourselves, okay, so what's the big news today?
Today, the big news today is I&M Bank is here as a brand to remind Kenyans that Bank to M-Pesa and Airtel Money transfers are still free. We've been doing this for the last 2 years. We are still at it. And we're basically saying as a brand, this is our way to show Kenyans that we are here with you, walking this journey with you, putting money back to your pocket. We're basically saying we are on your side and we hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
You see, at any given point when there are transactions between customers, one always looks at how do I get to do it at an affordable rate, you know. And with this, when you talk about the transfer being free, it talks about affordability, hence pushing even more transactions for would-be entrepreneurs or even just customers. So in terms of, say, the impact this has had, what are you looking at? How has it been?
So the impact has been tremendous, right? I mean, we can look at it from a business angle, you know, we've been able to bring more customers on board. But over and above that, it's the lives that we've impacted with this, right? Because if customers are buying into it, it means they're seeing value in it and they're actually using it and they're enjoying what they're getting, right? So for us, it's the impact we've created. It's, as I said, putting money back to the pockets of Kenyans, and especially for small businesses, you know, for them, it's all about minimizing on operational costs and maximizing on profit. So more or less saying, if that's what you're looking to do, then we are the partner that you need to partner with for you to be able to achieve that. Yeah.
How have you been able to make it still free when everybody else isn't?
Let's just say over and above, there's the, should I call it the revenue profit for us, So one would think just because you're making it free, it means you're going at a loss, But actually, we're not, because it's just the entry point, So once you come in and you're able to, you know, enjoy these free transactions, there are other products and services that you're also able to sell to you. And through these products and services, as you benefit using them, we also benefit from a revenue perspective.
So, I mean, Celine, when you make these kind of decisions, you said this has been there for the last
2 years.
2 years. There must have been a reason that informed you then to go that direction compared to everyone else. In terms of getting customer client feedback, what are some of the things that you were hearing that then led to this particular decision?
Okay, let me take you back, like small history class, So back in 2023, when most banks reinstated bank to mobile wallet transfers, this is post-COVID, Kenyans complain online. Guys were on Twitter, then Twitter, it was not called X at the time. Guys were on X, guys on Instagram, just saying, you know, we've been enjoying this for the last 2 years, that is during COVID, and now you're taking it back, right? And as a brand, we decided to listen to what Kenyans were saying and say, if this is what you guys are feeling, then how about we factor in that feedback, we listen to you, and we give you something that works for you. I mean, if you've done it for 2 years, what stops you for doing it for a lifetime? So we took this feedback, and as a brand, we responded by launching the Nisari Kabisa campaign. At that particular point when you launched, that is 2023, it was only for personal banking customers, right? And the more we got customers on board, we further engaged with them, right? And part of the feedback we got was, I as Celine, I'm opening this account, but I also have a side hustle that I need it to benefit from this, right? So then it became apparent to us that over and above the personal banking customer, also the small business owner gets to benefit from this. And we decided to extend this offer to small businesses that are registered as sole proprietors. So more or less, you're saying, as a business person, we are here to help you again optimize your profits by minimizing your costs, because most of these small businesses, they pay for things through their M-Pesa or from their bank. It's usually mobile transactions, So in a day, you can imagine if you're pushing, you know, you're doing like almost say 20, 30 transactions, and you're being charged for each and every. Eventually, I mean, make it into a month, 3 months, 1 year. It's a lot of money that you actually get to lose. So we're here telling you that you can actually redirect those funds into other things that are meaningful for your business.
So just to be clear, there's a transaction that have then to go through the bank app.
So you have an account with us, right?
Yes.
That's where your money sits.
Yes.
And in the event that now I want to send you money, instead of me having to send it to my M-Pesa and then from my M-Pesa to your M-Pesa, which I'll be charged, I'd rather just send it from my account to your M-Pesa free of charge. Free of charge.
Okay.
Or Airtel money.
You see, when you talk about I'm already a member, I'm a customer for I&M, and now here's a question where there's always the hassle when it comes to opening up a new account and whatnot, and one would just think, I'm again dealing with another a bank in another product, and signing up is a hassle.
Yeah.
So, and everyone wants easy in, easy out. I'm able to go back to my business. So how does it look like when I am onboarding myself on this platform within the bank?
It's an easy 5-minute step, I would say, put it like that, right? Where you are in your house or in your office, you can quickly go to App Store or Play Store, download the I&M Bank OTG app. Once you download it quickly, you can just start the self-onboarding process. You can actually open your account where you are. Yeah, you don't have to visit a branch. As long as your app is working and you have internet and you have a smartphone, you're good to go. Yeah, so it's as easy as that, basically. In 5 minutes' time, you should be able to have your I&M account and enjoy the free offer as well. As you send money.
And this is any account?
Yes.
And this is any account?
All personal accounts.
Okay.
And for small business accounts, specifically the solo biz account. Yeah, so we are for business accounts, you are working with sole proprietors only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, they say all good things must come to an end. So it's great because it's been there for 2 years. Are folks going to say this is going to end at some point? It will not be free anymore?
No. As a brand, we're saying, for us, this is more than just a short-term promotion. This is a commitment to us. We're basically saying our brand promise is being on your side, and we have to live up to that. So this is us saying we are on your side by offering you something that you need, something that works for you, and we're planning to do this for as long as we're here. Yeah.
Okay, just to make it clear, for personal accounts, I mean, it's very clear. It's me wanting to open my account where I want to redirect my money, or it's my salo, or other small transactions here and there. For people who are then doing business, you have a lot of people who are in the informal sectors. You have a lot of people who are now, they're on TikTok. They're doing their business on TikTok. They don't have a physical structure.
Yeah.
Do they have a business? And they're licensed. Who, just for clarity, who qualifies for that free bank to M-Pesa and Airtel money transfer?
As a business person,
Yes.
yeah, that is a person who has a business that is registered as a sole proprietor.
Sole proprietorship.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So it's a sole proprietorship. Sole proprietorship. The word has refused.
Sole proprietor.
Yeah, if you're one, then you can actually open a solo biz account and actually get to enjoy this offer.
Okay.
Okay. So we're looking at the platforms upon which you can use this. Which ones are those?
So that is our mobile banking app, the I&M Bank OTG. You can also enjoy it through our USSD code, that is *458#. So both of these platforms are secure and available regardless of where you are, any day, anytime, and they are very much reliable. Yeah, we like to say our I&M Bank app is the Ferrari of all mobile banking apps. Yeah. So so if you actually do get on board, you are going to enjoy service with a difference. Yeah.
So and you see now, okay, I am on the OTG app and now I'm doing my transactions and whatnot. And one would ask, say, I am an entrepreneur. I am selling goods on this other platform, and perhaps I need customer service 24/7. Is does that come with the app as well? Because one would assume, banks gets to 4 p.m. shut to mend a home.
Oh, let me tell you, with the app, it means you can basically do everything that you need to do at the branch in your house, regardless of the time, right? And in the event, for whatever reason, you need support, doing something, you can easily call our number or just DM us on X or whichever social media platform, and we'll respond to you in just a few minutes. You're able to sort you end to end in whatever it is you need, unless it's one of those super critical issues that actually does require you to visit a branch for us to troubleshoot. Yeah.
One of the things that people fear are hidden charges, hidden costs, hidden fees, especially when you're trying to register, or you'll be told you need to have this. You need to, first of all, before you even open that account, you need to have this minimum balance as you're opening that account. Either you need your ID, a copy of your license. So when then you're moving the operations and the dealings within the bank, and now you're going directly to the app. How does it look like? How is the user experience
like? Yeah. So what we wanted to do was to minimize on the hurdles of opening an account, such that we're only asking for the super vital documentation that we need, so that we're able to do our KYC, right? So for you to open an account, you just need your ID. you need your KRA PIN, and then part of it will be required to take a selfie during the onboarding process. Yeah. So once you have those documents, you can actually come on board. As you open during that process, we usually have a series of should I call them terms and conditions, which we ensure we actually, you have to go through them and check a box that you've actually went through them and understood, right? So once you go through that, anything that has not been captured there as a cost will not come in as a surprise to you later on. Yeah, we try to be as transparent as possible, so by the time you're onboarding, you know what you're signing up for. Yeah.
So this is also with the solo biz.
Yes, this is with the solo biz as well. Same process.
Okay.
Yeah.
For somebody who is using then the app to transact in their business, maybe they have a till number or a pay bill. Is there a cost to it?
So what you're doing currently, if you open an account, a solo biz account, as a small business person, part of what you're going to give you is a free pay bill, right? That comes automatically with that.
So you're giving a free pay bill?
So yeah, we'll give it to you for free, right? So that you're able to use it. But while you're using it, the only costs you're going to incur for that are, of course, costs with Safaricom.
Yes.
Yeah, and depending on which transactions you're doing, right? But if you are sending money through the pay bill, that of course is going to attract a different separate cost, right? But if it's just from your mobile app to someone's number on M-Pesa, that one remains free.
So the bank is not charging any fee for
we're not charging anything.
Brilliant. You see, for entrepreneurs out here, and especially those say who would be in the small businesses within I&M, one of the things that they want access to is credit to be able to do their business, you know, and the entire process of getting credit is usually a lengthy process, and one asks the question through the OTG app, am I able to get loan from the app, and just how fast can I get it? Because business has to move.
Has to move, yes. So, yes, you can apply. There are a series of facilities that you can get through the app or through the USSD. So, you can get unsecured business loans of up to 5 million. You can apply for stock financing, which basically is, of course, credit for you to purchase stock. We have LPO financing, though that one is not through the app. That one you'll have to visit a branch, which is basically credit against your LPO. So, that is for the sole proprietor or the small business, right? For you as an individual, you also get access to a series or a number of loan facilities, yeah? You get to enjoy unsecured personal loans, again, of up to 5 million. We also offer short-term loans. We have the 30-day, 60-day, and 90-day loan, which a customer will get that which they qualify for. We also give you buy now, pay later services, which basically is, you know, with the select merchants, you're able to go get goods on credit and then pay for them, basically lipa pole pole. Yeah.
All of this needs to happen with somebody having an I&M account.
Yes.
Right? So how do we do that?
It's simple. You just quickly go to your Play Store or App Store, download the I&M Banker OTG app. Once you have it, you just follow the prompts and open an account. In just 5 minutes or less, you'll have an account and you'll be able to start your relationship with the brand.
You make it sound so easy.
It's very easy. It's very easy. We can bet on it.
You said what first, then?
Go to App Store or Play Store, depending on which phone you're using. Download the I&M Banker OTG app. Once you have it, go to open an account, follow the prompts. In less than 5 minutes, you'll have your account with you. It's as easy as that.
How, again, you see, remember when we talked about how you're able to make the transfers free? How you're able to make it so easy to open an account, where we're making this work comparable to times where you'd have to go sit in the bank with papers, you know, fill out everything, bring your ID, your mother's ID, and I keep saying your uncle's white goat, you know, everything that essentially you would need to do to open an account. And then they say, okay, we'll get back to you in 7 days. How have you been able to cut that entire process and then make it 5 minutes on your phone?
So as a brand, we usually say how we'd like to operate is we are governed by agility, innovation, as well as customer feedback, right? So if customers are saying all those things that you're requesting for, and that timeline is a bit too much for me, I mean, why can we not, you know, figure out internally what we can do so that we're able to, you know, make the process easier for the customer? So I know there are people who might ask for all those things you're asking for. For them, it works for their business. But for us, we're saying we only require the documents that are necessary, super necessary for you to come on board. And we've shrunk that out into 3, right? And once you give us that, then we're able to bring you on board. Because at the end of the day, me going to the branch and giving a teller my ID, open an account, versus me just scanning it through my phone. It will still meet the same purpose, right? So we are making use basically of the internet and what digitization has given us. Yeah.
So how has that, and I guess that was the next thing, that how has digitization then made some of these processes then easier from the side of the institution and then also for individuals who then are engaging with you? How have you seen that progression over time?
Over time,
I mean, you're head of digital.
Yes.
That position never existed with banks before.
Yes. Yeah. Very, very true. And you see, they usually say necessity is the mother of inventions. Yeah. Social media came. Brands realized if you're not on social media, then there's no way you're, connecting with your audiences, right? Smartphones came. Other apps, other money lending apps are doing it, and they're able to get guys to come on board and pay high interest. And again, you think as an institution, then if some other brand is able to do it, why can we not do it, right? But the only difference is this time around, as we do it, we care for the customer as well. You're not trying to, make it easy for you and then trap you once you get in, right? So for us as an organization, digitization drives our business and how we do things, right? Because with digitization, you're able to churn out things quite faster in a timely manner. That it basically comes out at a time that meets a need for your customer, right? And what we've seen with that as an institution is the accounts that we're able to open, the feedback that we get from our customers. I mean, if you go online and just see the sentiments that customers are giving about the brand, it's amazing, right? From the products and services that I'm basically telling you, you can open your account online, you can get a loan online. If you wish to open a savings account, you can also do that online and save online. Everything you need matters. Your financial health can be done online, right? Over and above that, if you have queries, why come to the branch? Yeah, I can still sort you at the comfort of your house, right? So for our customers, is a win. You see that from the feedback we get. From us, we can see it from the revenues that keep growing on our side.
I hear you speak of a bank that thinks of, for a very long time, the structure has been the customer comes to us. But here we are speaking of a brand that says, you don't really have to come to, we will come to you, and we'll come to you wherever it is you are. All you need to do is go to your mobile phone and access us. And how is this now a game changer in terms of even getting feedback, in terms of seeing numbers grow, in terms of encouraging more people to just interact with the bank, so that the bank does not seem as a place where the hangman lives?
So I would say for us, it has been a game changer in the sense that when it comes to getting feedback, we don't need to wait to go get a third party to do a survey and then wait for months. And then now come get to 3 months later is what your customer said 3 months ago. And then now it's when you want to start implementing. And then it will take you another 3 months to finish. By the time you're rolling out, it's a whole year. I no longer have the need, right? So right now, through social media and many other digital channels that we have, we're able to get real-time feedback. And as this feedback comes in real time, then we're able to think as a business, what can we do so that we're able to meet this need, right? And I usually say, if you have an issue and we're able to resolve it for you, right, what will make you not come on board then, right? So you're able to bag you at a point of need. So you're offering a service to you, and at the same time, for us, we've gained a customer. Yeah.
Let's take a break at this point. We continue. We come back and we're talking about Nisari Kabisa. Selina Wara is the head of digital marketing with I&M Bank, and we're also looking at, in this new age, it's a new age of banking. It's a new age of, money processes. We'll come back and continue with this conversation when we come back after this break. It's 9:30 on the nose. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Continues after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your
Get ready for non-stop adventure with Star Times. Join your favorite heroes and dive into a world of fun and excitement. Enjoy endless entertainment on top kids channels like ST Kids, Jim Jam, Toonami, Da Vinci, Baby TV, CBeebies, Boeing, ST Tunes, and ST Kids Plus on your Star Times decoder. All this from as low as 329 shillings per month on aerial decoders with the Nyota package, or only as low as 549 shillings per month on dish decoders with the Nova package. Recharge your subscription for 2 months and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for free. Dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077 for customer care. This holiday, adventure begins at home. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And as we continue this conversation, the final 30 minutes of the last conversation in July. How about that for some excitement? Our conversation continues with Head of Digital Marketing, Celine War at I&M Bank, Nisare Kabisa. So everything is free.
Yes.
Essentially is what we're saying.
Is what you're saying.
So then one would have to ask, if everything is free, how is I&M making money?
We are making money with other services. Yeah, there are other. We have a host of products and services. Yeah, that we do offer you, right? So what you're saying is, in as much as bank to M-Pesa and Airtel money transfers are free, yeah, because that's what speaks to most Kenyans. We have other services that we do charge, right? And of course, if you want, let's say, a facility, I mean, it comes at an interest, right? If you're doing other forms of businesses with us, it comes at a cost. So, in as much as we are offering a free service here, remember we are gaining a pool of customers that we never had before, and they're also subscribing to these other products and services that we are offering. Yeah, so for us, it's a win-win engagement for both us and the customer.
So for those who have other businesses, the question then would be, why go for solo biz? Are you thinking future of expanding to then other businesses, or what's the plan? Why? The solo biz account that obviously is different from other business accounts in this market because of the unique features and all that. So are you then intending to expand this to other businesses? Is that in the works?
I would say the needs of a solo biz customer and the needs of, say, a full-blown corporate business are very different, right? Yeah. So for the solo biz customer, how that account has been curated is such that we are able to give them products and services that they need, and part of what they need most for their business is that concession, right? For these other businesses, of course, they need more support and more, should I call them, advanced services from us, which of course might come at a cost, right? So because of the dynamics, we might not be able to, at this particular point, extend it to them. But I mean, it's a never say never, right? It's a conversation that can be had, right? Based on what feedback we get. I mean, it's something that we are thinking about, but once we are ready, then, we'll consider extending to that side.
My assumption, Celine, you are the head of digital marketing, is, of course, you're really into data and how the internet connectivity in the country, and you're also looking at the gadgets people are using. For somebody who was a solo biz and who wants to open a solo biz account and they're in Aseto's village, what's the name of your village?
Uriri. Migori County.
In Uriri. And here we are speaking about digital literacy.
Yes.
So how is I&M then ensuring that the rural, or what, quote unquote, you can say, the marginalized communities that still are running businesses, doing businesses, how are they also going to benefit from Nisare Kabisa? Is there something or plans to expand then digital literacy because of what you just explained here, how somebody can go open an account quickly, download this app? What are you doing towards that?
So our literacy is not it's not specific to our digital platforms only, right? Part of what we've been doing again for the last 2 years is we usually go around across the country having MSME clinics. Yeah, so we usually invite these small businesses to a session, a 1 hour, 2 hour session where we do diagnostics for their businesses, and then we propose financial solutions or products that will work for them. And in the process of diagnosing, again, we use this also as an opportunity to educate them, on how they can maximize on this app that they have. And if they don't have a smartphone, you have our USSD, they're still able to access our services through our USSD, which is *458#, right? So we use that as an opportunity to educate them, as well as get feedback and just engage with them, because we do appreciate that not everyone will be on Facebook, not everyone will be on Instagram. So sometimes it's good to also, go on ground and get to hear what they usually say. As a matter of fact, if you go online, you'll and just search Mahali Uko tuko, you'll see a lot of I&M, and that is part of what you're usually saying. So mahali uko tuko, we come to where you are. Over and above us using these digital platforms to engage, we'll also come on ground, engage with you through our market storms, activations, MSME clinics. We have a series of activities that we do so that we ensure we are always in touch and in tune with our customers.
So you see, at any given point, I'm into I&M, and one thing that I want to feel as a customer is I am included in the process, and I feel like I'm part of the bank and the services, right? So let's speak to inclusive banking that responds to the needs of me as a solo biz entrepreneur, me as a customer in there. And what is this proposal? What's the story that would make me feel sisi ni mabeshte?
The story that will make you feel sisi ni mabeshte is everything we have to offer, right? Let's put it like this, yeah? For most of us, yeah, there's what we make, right? And then there's the dreams we have and what we want to do. And sometimes what we want to do and what we make are not aligned, yeah? So then that means I need help, financial help for me to be able to achieve my dreams. So what you're saying is come on board, open an account, enjoy free, easy transactions, seamless, the best of its kind that you'll ever experience. And over and above that, if you need a loan, we're here for you. We'll not ask you to do for title deeds and all those many other things. Yeah, you can easily get an unsecured personal loan.
Not in the uncle's goat.
not someone's goat, yeah. You can easily get an unsecured personal loan of up to 5 million. And if you just need pesa kidogo, do things as the week goes by, you can get a short-term loan. You give up to 100K. And you can repay either in 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days. Yeah, we are saying if you need, umejipanga kabisa, you're good. Now you need to start saving. Yeah, we have our goal-based savings platform. That is the Fikisha Goal Savings Account. So basically telling you if your goal is vacation December, you want to get married, you want to further education, whatever it is, just set a goal. We'll always remind you and basically help you. We'll be that buddy. Basically think of it like this. You're your bestie. Yeah, when you need to thrive financially, we are the bestie you need. Yeah, by your side. We are telling you, hey, hapa, fanya hivi, hapa, tutakusaidia hivi. We are that financial partner that is literally on your side. Yeah.
So how do you deal with some of the challenges that the market might then bring in when you have I think about COVID times. That was a difficult time for a lot of folks who then could not meet financial obligations, would then not be able to access them because we couldn't move. The world came to a standstill. And then because of that, sometimes the economy will take a hit and people are not as buoyant as they normally would be. You may then get more requests for lending and at the same time you'll get requests for, okay, Celine, give us a minute. Because we're not able to fulfill those obligations. How do you deal with those?
It's on a case-by-case basis because at the end of the day, our customers are people. They are the you and I's, yeah? COVID didn't hit you and me. I was spared because I'm the banker. No, we understand, yeah? We understand the situation that you are all in. Yeah, we have a conversation. Yeah, if today you need a facility or for whatever reason you have one and, you're unable to, pay as per, how we had agreed, then this is a conversation you can have and come to an agreement that we can do, you can change it to, you can skew it or change it in a manner that works for you and works for us as well. As we said, we are a bank that is conversation driven. It's not us coming up with rules or this is how we operate and then you must subscribe. It's us engaging with you and finding out what works for you, what's the situation, how can we help you, and how can we be able to, both of us benefit from this relationship. Yeah.
All right. So then if you look at the journey that you've taken from a time whereby when we think I&M Bank, essentially we thought investment and investment and mortgages. And so that might be the thought in somebody's head that tilted it. Okay, so that if I don't have a mortgage, can I not then be a customer? Debunk that for us.
So we well said, investments and mortgage is what I&M stands for, right? And that's how it started anyway, right? But this has grown over time, because as you so said, when it started, that was, should I call it, what the core business was about, right? And as we got feedback, then there's need for a facility, then there's need for a savings account, then there's need for offshore investments. From all these needs, then you curate products and services, and that has grown over time, right? To the point where now we're saying you can actually open an account online and get, you can open a current account online, you can open a solo biz account online, and some of these accounts all came into existence based on the feedback that we got. So this is a growth journey, not just for our customers, but for us as well. With every emerging need that they have, we take that and come up with products and services so that at the end of it all, we have an array of products and services that are meant to enable and help someone grow. Be it a home loan you need, a car loan you need, just a normal unsecured loan you need, it's all available at I&M Bank.
And how do you get this feedback? I just assume, I walk into a bank, I'm only going there to transact my business, then leave. Do you do forums? How do you then, because every day they're emerging trends, how then, as head of digital marketing, ensure that you are staying within that space where these are the conversations, these are the needs. It's not a case where the bank assumes this is what our clients want and then you create something that is super complicated. So how do you do it, and how do you then canvas that conversation around the country? Because there is what then you might call it's Nairobi centric. But then you have to still expand. How do you do it?
So there are many channels that we explore for this, right? Of course, there are the digital channels that we can use. The Facebooks, etc.
The Instagram,
there are the emailers, SMSs, where we get surveys from you. There are those, should I call it, voluntary feedback, that a customer will just, say 1, 2, 3 is working or 1, 2, 3 is not working. And sometimes you just go to X and just hear the conversation. The good thing is Kenyans are very vocal and they'll be honest. If it's bad, if it's not working, they'll say. If it's good and it's working, they'll also say. But over and above that, so that we're able to also cater to the needs of people who are not necessarily in Nairobi or the urban areas, now that's where our on-ground activations come in. That's where our clinics come in. So that as we have these focus groups and forums, and you tell them, you've been banking with us, tell us what's working, what are the pain points, because sometimes you might come up with things, you think it's seamless, easy, and makes sense for you.
It's a solution.
Exactly. Up until you go to the heart of God knows where, in the corners of Kenya, and find out that for them, it really doesn't make sense, And where it's possible, you're able to skew some of our products and services to suit a particular group. But for us, it's a continuous feedback process. And also, as you've so said, not just so that we are sure that you're not coming up with things that we think will work and on ground will not really work for the customer. When we're in the process of developing these products and services, we usually have focus groups as well, right? So if today, for example, I'm looking to do a product that focuses on the youth, I'm going to have a series of focus groups of people of that particular age group, tell them this is what we want to give you, and get to experience it, tell us feedback, give us feedback. Is it working for you? Is it not? And from that feedback, then you're able to tweak and continuously, even as we take it to the market, we usually say by the time we've done this product and here it is, we've taken it to the market, it's not cast in stone that this is how it's supposed to be. This is just, should I call it, the minimum viable product, and you're going to build it until the day that it's going to be of ultimate or perfect use for the consumer.
You see, when we talk about the conversation that you're having today, so let's talk about Nisare Kabisa, and that means my transaction costs have gone down. So that means more businesses would want to jump on it because then the operational costs are low. But then again, there's also the aspect that wherever it is you're able to get into the bank by just going to, if you have internet, to go download and do your business and able to transact. So in terms of the back end now from the bank side, have we seen numbers getting in? Are we seeing good numbers? Are we smiling as I&M?
Oh, very much. We are smiling because in the last 2 years, we've more than doubled our customer base, And for that period of time, for you to double, it means it's something you're doing tremendously well. And the market is appreciative of it. So we've seen growth on our side, growth in numbers, growth in revenue, growth in transaction volumes as well, and as frequency, because developing an app is one thing. People using it is another, right? I can give you an app, you'll have it on your phone, but you'll not really use it, So by the time customers, anytime they need to send money or do something, they would think of using the app as opposed to other channels that we have, it means that it's actually meeting a need. So for us, yes, we've seen growth in many phases. And as I said, for us, we usually want the relationship to be beneficial both to us and the customer. Yeah, so that as we grow, the customer also grows.
So in Sare Kabisa, for personal accounts, doing those transactions, solo Bs, what about customers who are in the diaspora? Because there's a lot of transactions outside the country, into the country, and from within the country to the diaspora.
To the diaspora.
How
right?
is it working?
So for customers that are abroad, the account opening process might be slightly different, right? But let's say by the time you're leaving here, right, you already have the app, you already bank with us, and you are wherever you are, and you want to send money to Celine who's here, then you can still be able to do that free of charge. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So there are no charges just because somebody's in the diaspora.
Yeah, there are no charges just because.
How is the uptake? Because in the last in your last answer, you were talking about the youth. How is the uptake since you began this? Because you are looking at youth or women-led businesses. How is the uptake?
The uptake has been tremendous, right? Again, if you look at, say, just our MSME customer portfolio, that has also doubled. Yeah, from the time we started, we extended this offer to small businesses as well, right? So, and when I say doubled, this is in 2 years' time. Most of the times, we don't see growth of that nature happening in such a short period of time, right? So for us to be able to double these numbers, it means guys are actually coming on board, right? They're actually buying into this narrative, and they're actually opening accounts with us and using it. And leave alone the uptake, usage is also a thing that has grown tremendously for us, because before we started this campaign, we had whatever percentages we had of usability of our accounts, but we've seen again a spike in usage of our accounts, because at the end of the day, most Kenyans are multi-banked, right? And seeing our main bank score grow, it means that there are people who previously didn't consider us as their main bank, but currently they're thinking, this is the financial partner I need. If I have 1, 2, 3, 4, then I need to transact, then this is the bank I'll go for. Yeah.
Okay, so Edu has a question, and he wants to open his account now, essentially is what he's saying. Could you go through all the 4 products for customers to understand? Club, PayGo, ETC. I want to create my account now.
Yeah, so if he's already downloaded the I&M Bank app, he just follows the prompts, then you'll have 2 accounts. You have, for our personal banking accounts, you have the PayGo account and you have a club account, right? So for the PayGo account, that one basically, you're not, it doesn't come at a minimum. You don't need to have a minimum account balance, so you basically pay for services as you go. If you need to withdraw from an ATM, you pay for it as you go, right? For the club account, it's a bit premium, right? You need to have a minimum balance, and with that it comes with a host of other products, other benefits that comes with the account. But again, depending on what he needs, if he's going for an affordable account that will help him just do his day-to-day operations and transactions easily, then he would go for the PayGo account. But if he wants something a bit more premium, then the club account will work for him.
So here's a question where I signed up for through the OTG app. I have the account, but then again, as Okari had asked, maybe I'm going abroad and I would need to access my funds using from I&M. So what would be the process of me, say, not even having an ATM? Is that in the works? Is that something that one would also ask for?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get your question clearly.
Yeah, so I have signed up. I already have an account, right? I'm using the OTG, but say I also want to have a Visa card and whatnot. So what's the process with that?
So when you open a personal account, it automatically comes with a debit card, right? So that one you're going to get automatically, and we'll deliver it where you are. Yeah, you can choose. You can either come pick it from the nearest branch if you so wish, but if you want us to deliver it, we'll deliver it for you, right? Over and above that, we have other cards. You have our prepaid card and our credit cards. So these ones you'll have to apply. If you want a credit card, you go through the credit process. If you do qualify, you're going to get one. The prepaid card one is it's an easy peasy one. You enter the branch, apply, and then in 2 minutes you have your card and you go, right? So whichever card you want, they are all available for our customers.
Okay, so what does it look like? Looking into a future whereby, at some point they told us, they said we would go cardless, and we thought, that's never going to happen. And then, we're looking at a place where now basically you don't need anything then to be able to operate. Is I&M operating in that space as well?
Yes, we are. I mean, that's why we have the options. We serve, should I call it, a diverse base of customers. Yeah, there are those ones who prefer operating cashless and cardless, and that's where the Nisari Kabisa campaign comes in. And there are those ones who prefer, using their cards, and that's where, of course, our card offerings do come in. So based on whatever it is that the customer wants, we are more than capable as a brand to be able to meet them at their point of need. Yeah.
All right.
Somebody said there was a death of ATM machines. When was the last time you went to an ATM machine? Can't remember. Right? When was the last time you went to an ATM machine?
Like 2 months ago.
Yeah,
2 months ago.
He still uses his ATM.
To do what?
I was in Tanzania.
Oh, okay.
I needed to pay out.
Okay.
And M-Pesa is kaput. OTG does not work there. So what do you do?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's different. But when you're in Kenya?
Hey, ndugu.
It's a long time ago.
Kuna siku.
This conversation is interesting because as head of digital, as you're looking into the future, if I can do everything right from my phone, open an account, get a loan, do all kinds of transactions. Somebody might argue, are we talking about death of banks in terms of going into a physical bank in the near future?
No, we're not. At least in this market, at least for now.
We're not yet there.
We're not yet there because think of it like this. There is how people who live in the urban areas, this is how we've been socialized and how we operate. And then you still have the people at Mashinani, and this is how they operate. Yeah. So for us, it might be a culture we've picked that everything that you're doing is online and you're comfortable with that. But there's still someone in Mashinani, or even here in Nairobi, there's a Mama Mboga, there's an Ndudi person who believes going to that ATM and getting cash is when they feel satisfied. If they have an issue, they will not go to X. That's not how they operate. Then they'll go to the branch and they want to sit with someone and say, I sat with Ezekiel and Ezekiel said 1, 2, 3, 4, and then he helped me like this. So in the immediate, no, but in the very many years to come, yes. But as a nation, we're still yet not there where we can say we can completely go cashless and have, digital banks and just live, not having a physical location. You're not yet there.
Okay. In terms of the transactions and transfers, are there any limitations per day, per month, of how many times then somebody can make those
the frequency? No, we are not limiting you to any frequency. Yeah, you can make as many payments as you so wish, and they'll still be free. Yeah.
Okay. So there may have been folks who had opened accounts with before, and then those went, what's the word you use for them? Dormant.
Dormant, yeah.
And then coming back, and would they then need to reopen an account, or can they have their same account operating you? And how was that process work?
Same account. So the thing is, as long as you have a personal account with us, it's an automatic offer you get to enjoy, right? So even if I did open an account many years ago, I've not used it, but the account is still active, the moment I just send money to someone, it will be free. There's nothing special or new that someone needs to do to reactivate. Yeah, so it's not a thing for the new customers coming on board. It's for everyone. As long as you have a personal account with us or a solo biz account with us, you automatically get to enjoy this offer. Yeah.
Okay.
You see, there is what they call the ancient crocodiles. Those who, like we've said, still want to have the hard cash, still want to use their ATM. But here's a question: when we talk about solo bees and OTG app, now it is a conversation that seems as though it's a targeted approach towards a certain direction. But how then do we ensure that everyone is part and parcel of the conversation? Because maybe my old man would look and say, this one makes my life easy, because anyway, they're using other platforms like M-Pesa, so OTG would be good for them. So how do we bring them to this part of life?
So when we are communicating about what we offer through Nisari Kabisa and Solo Biz etc., we have very many touch points. What will speak to the Celine, for example, who's 20, might not be the same channel that will speak to person X who's 40,
Yes.
right? So again, from a marketing perspective, we curate a communication plan / strategy that speaks to people of diverse needs, ages, and preferences, so that we're able to reach them in a way and in a lingo that speaks to them, and we're able to get them on board, right? So for some it will be radio, for some it's going to be social media, for some it will be an influencer, right? My favorite person has an account, then of course I also need to on board, right? So it's a campaign that has very many touch points, and we're basically making use of all these touch points so that cumulatively together we are basically speaking to Kenyans of all ages and walks of life.
You call them old crocodiles?
Ancient
crocodiles. Yes. I actually have a friend who's an ancient crocodile.
Wow.
And this friend of mine, and we've been in arguments many times, he does not believe in having these apps for banks. He believes from his business, the money he makes, unajua wale kitambo, and I think they still do, unaweka pesa kwa socks, then you walk into a bank. Unavaa kanzu, then ukifika kwa bank unainua kanzu, unaanza kuachilia manoti. So somebody is walking with 2 million or even 5 million. He believes in physical deposits and physical withdrawals. He doesn't even have a mobile transfer app at all. If you want money, he gives you cash. If he needs money from you, there's nowhere you can send. And ultimately, the whole point for him is data protection, getting hacked or losing your funds from your account, and you can't explain. And how do you ensure that because everything now is moving digital. So somebody is opening the business, all the transactions from personal account and all that, everything and all the information and everything is protected.
So the thing is, they say knowledge is power, right? And the example you've given, that person has fears because of probably stories they've had or things they've seen, and they fear if they do on board, then this might happen to them. But the question is, do they have the right knowledge, right? Because sometimes when these people happen to other people, it's because there are things that were not done correctly. You shared your pain with someone, you wrote it down. There are some levels of you didn't take the necessary measures, let me put it like that, right? So consumer education also comes in handy. So that we are telling you, in as much as you bank with us, right, if you do come on board, these are some of the things you need to be aware of. These are some of the things you need to be keen. When someone calls you and asks for your PIN or password, just know outrightly, a bank will never ask you for a PIN or password, right? It's a constant consumer education, just giving them prompts and pointers on how they can protect their money and how they can help us protect their money, right? And for such customers, again, as they do come to the branches and interact with our agents, yes, we will serve them in a way that best suits them. But again, it's repeated engagement and repeated education. Because you see, you have to assure them that you actually, if you do get on board with this, and you do this right like this, then it's going to benefit you like that, right? So we usually say tunatambazana na wewe at the level that you are in. But a lot of consumer education does come.
But you do get people like that.
We do get. Oh yes.
Because all my money and transactions are moving through this one space. Labda bank kesho itafunga.
Again, all those are fears. And we usually say hakuna swali mbaya. Ask, we shall assure you. Because and sometimes funny how when you start having these discussions with them, there's a lot of aha moment from them. They're just like, oh, that's what actually happens. Oh, you mean I can do this? And with those aha moments, again, you're able to sell them and sell them this idea, and they're able to come on board. Slowly.
Remind us again what the app is, how to get into it, Celine.
So you go to your Play Store or App Store, download the I&M Bank OTG app, open an account in minutes, and start enjoying a very fruitful engagement with us.
Celine Awor is the head of digital marketing with I&M Bank and has been here with us this hour. Nisari kabisa.
Ndio.
Asante sana.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us through the Situation Room, through the month of July. Coming to a new month tomorrow. Till then, have a good day. It's 10 a.m.